Enae. After house. Sanis polity. The last stragglers in the funeral procession were barely out the ghost door before the mason bots unfolded their long legs and reached for the pile of stones they'd removed from the wall so painstakingly the day before. Enae hadn't looked back to see the door being sealed up, but she could hear it for just a moment before the first of Aunt Irad's moans of grief rose into a wail. One or two cousins heaved an experimental sob. Enae hadn't cried when grandmaman died. She hadn't cried when grandmaman told her she'd chosen the time to go. She wasn't crying now, which wasn't necessarily a problem. Everyone knew what expressions you should have when you were following the bier to the crematory. Everyone knew what sounds a close relative made, and Enae could sob and wail if she'd wanted to. And after all, among all these aunts and uncles and cousins, Enae was the one who'd lived with grandmaman for decades and taken care of her in her old age. She had been the one to arrange things in the household these past 10 years or more, to deal with the servants, human and bot, with their very different needs. She still had all the household codes and bot overrides, and the servants still looked to her for orders, at least until grandmaman's will was unsealed. She had every right to walk at the head of the procession, right behind grandmaman, wailing for all the town to hear in these quiet, early morning hours. Instead, she walked silent and dry-eyed at the back. Grandmaman had been very old and ill-tempered. She'd also been very rich and born into one of the oldest families in the system, which meant that the procession to the crematory was longer than one might have expected. There had been some jostling in the entry hall by the ghost door, Aunt Irad turning up a half-hour early to position herself at the front, some cousins attempting to push her out of place, and everyone eyeing Enae to see how she'd react. None of them had lived in the house for decades. Grandmama had thrown most of them, or their parents, out. Every year she would hold a birthday dinner and invite them all back for a lavish meal, during which she would insult them to their faces while they smiled and gritted their teeth. Then she'd order them off the premises again to wait until the next year. Some of them had fallen away in that time, sworn off grandmama and any hope of inheritance, but most of them came back year after year. It was only Enae who had actually lived in the house with grandmama. Enae, who, one might think, would be the most affected by grandmama's death. But for the past week, Enae had let the aunts and uncles and nuncles and cousins do whatever they'd wanted, so long as it didn't trouble the household unduly. She'd stood silent as Aunt Irad had changed the cook's menus, and stood silent when the same aunt had raged at Enae because she'd told the cook to disregard any changes he didn't have resources for. She had done and said nothing when, the very first day of the funeral week, an actual fistfight had broken out between two cousins over who would have which bedroom. She had remained silent when she had heard one uncle say to an uncle, "And look at here, 56 years old and sitting at home sucking up to grandmama." And the uncle reply, "Well, look at his father's family, it's hardly a surprise." She had walked on past when one cousin had surreptitiously slid a small silver dish into his pocket, while another loudly declared that she would be making some changes if she were so fortunate as to inherit the house. And in the meantime, she had made sure that meals arrived on time and the house was kept in order. That had been the trick, all these years, of living with grandmaman. Keep calm, keep quiet, keep things running smoothly. Grandmama had told Enae many times that she was her only remaining heir, but she had also said many times that Enae was an embarrassment, a failure, as far as the Athors had fallen since grandmama's days. Look at all those grandchildren and great-grandchildren and nephews and nieces and nibblings of whatever degree abasing themselves to win her favor in the desperate hope that she'd leave them something in her will. As pathetic as they were, Enae was worse. Nearly 60, and no career, No friends, no lovers, no marital partners, no children. What had she done with her life? Nothing. Enae had kept calm, had not said that when she had had friends they had not been good enough for grandmaman, that when she had shown any sign of wanting to do something that might take her out of the house, grandmaman had forbidden it. Keep calm, keep quiet, keep things running smoothly. At the crematory, grandmaman's corpse slid into the flames, and the funeral priest sang the farewell chants. Aunt Irad and 3 different cousins stepped forward to thank him for officiating and to suggest that they might donate money for future prayers for the blessed deceased. Enae could feel everyone else glancing toward her, yet again, to see her reaction to others acting as though they were the head of the family, the chief mourner, the now matriarch or patriarch or natriarch, as the case may be, of the ancient family of Astur. "Well," said Aunt Irad, finished with her loud and obvious consultation with the funeral priest, "I've ordered coffee and sandwiches to be set out in the peony room," and marched back toward the house, not even looking to see if anyone followed her. Back at the house, there was no coffee and sandwiches in the peony room. Aunt Irad turned immediately to Enae, who shrugged as though it wasn't any of her business. It wasn't anymore, technically. Grandmaman's will would have taken effect the moment her body slid into the flames, but the habit of ordering the household died hard. With a quick blink, she sent a query to the kitchen. No reply. And then, someone just as the servant, but who Enae had never ever seen before, came into the peony room and coolly informed them all that refreshments had in fact been set out in the blue sitting room, and their collective presence was requested there, and then turned and walked away, ignoring Aunt Irad's protests. In the blue sitting room, another complete stranger sat in one of the damask-upholstered armchairs, drinking coffee. A lanky, fair-skinned woman who smiled at all of them as they came in and stopped and stared. "Good morning. I'm so sorry for your loss." "Who the hell are you?" asked Aunt Irad, indignant. "A few minutes ago, I was Zemiel Igueto," said the woman as she set her coffee down on a mother-of-pearl inlaid side table. "But when the blessed deceased ascended, I became Zemil Astur." Silence. "I don't believe in drawing things out. I will be direct. None of you have inherited anything. There wasn't anything to inherit. I have owned all of this." She gestured around her, taking in the blue sitting room and presumably the whole house, "for some years." "That can't be right," said Aunt Irad. "Is this some kind of joke?" "Grandmaman would have thought it a joke," thought Enae. She must have laughed to herself even as she was dying, to think of the looks on everyone's faces right now. Everything had seemed distant and strange since grandmaman had died, but now Enae had the feeling that she wasn't really here, that she was watching some sort of play or entertainment that she wasn't terribly interested in. 15 years ago, said Zemil Igueto, no, Zemil Astur, the blessed deceased found herself completely broke. At the same time, while I had plenty of funds, I wanted some way to gain access to the sort of influence that is only available to the oldest families. She and I came to an agreement and made it legally binding. In, I need not tell you, the presence of authorized witnesses. I would purchase everything she owned. The sum would be sufficient to support her in excellent style for the rest of her life, and she would have the use of all the properties that had formerly been hers. In return, on her ascension to the realm of the blessed dead, I would become her daughter and sole heir. Silence. Enae wasn't sure if she wanted to laugh or not, but the fact was, grandmama would very much have enjoyed this moment if she could have been here. It was just like her to have done this, and how could Enae complain? She'd lived here for years in, as Ms. Zemil Astur had just said, excellent style. Enae couldn't possibly have any complaints. "This is ridiculous," said Aunt Irad. She looked at Enae. Is this one of the blessed deceased jokes, or is it yours? Mux Aftur has nothing to do with any of this, cut in Zemil. She had no idea until this moment. Only I, the blessed deceased jurist, and the blessed deceased herself knew anything about it. Apart from the witnesses involved, of course, whom you are free to consult as confirmation. So we get nothing? Said the cousin who had declared her intention to make changes once she'd inherited. Correct, said Zemel Aftur, picking up her coffee again. She took a sip. The blessed deceased wanted to be sure I told you that you're all selfish and greedy, and she wishes she could be here to see you when you learn you've been cut off with nothing. With one exception. Everyone turned to look at Enae. Zemel continued, I am to provide the Mux Enae Aftur with certain stipulations and restrictions, which I will discuss with here later. The will, said the cousin. I want to see the will. I want to see the documents involved. I'll be speaking with my jurist. Do, by all means, said Zemel, and Enae felt the itch of a message arriving. She looked, and saw a list of files, documents, contracts, contact information for the Office of Witnesses. In the meantime, do sit and have a sandwich while the servants finish packing your things. It took some time, and half a dozen looming servants, who once again Enae had never seen before, but eventually the aunts and uncles and nuncles and cousins had left the house, picked their luggage up off the drive, and gone elsewhere, threatening lawsuits all the while. Enae had remained in the blue sitting room, unwilling to go up to her room to see if her things were still there or not. She sat more or less relaxed in a damask upholstered armchair. She badly wanted a cup of coffee and maybe a sandwich, but she found she couldn't bring herself to get up from the chair. The whole world seemed unreal and uncertain, and she wasn't sure what would happen if she moved too much. Zemil, too, stayed sitting in her damask chair, drinking coffee and smiling. At some point, after the house had quieted, grandmama's jurist arrived. Ma, Miss Astur, I'm so sorry for your loss. I know you loved your grandmother very much and spent your life attending to her. You should be allowed to take some time to yourself right now and grieve. He didn't overtly direct this to Zemil, sitting in the armchair across from Enae, but his words seemed intended for her. Then he did turn to her and nodded in greeting. Miss Astur. I am fully aware, said Zemil with a faint smile, that I am tasked with providing for Mux Aftur, and I will. I would like some time to read the relevant documents, please, said Enae, as politely as she could, and braced herself to argue with an angry refusal. Of course, said the jurist, and I'll be happy to go through them with you if you need. Enae, at a loss for some reason, said, Thank you. You'll see, when you read it, said Zemil, that I am obligated to provide for you as I said. How I am to provide for you is up to me within certain parameters. I have had years to consider what that might mean for both of us. Your provisions will meet the requirements of the will, said the jurist sharply. I will be certain of it. I don't understand. Enae suppressed a sudden unexpected welling of tears. I don't understand how this happened. And then, realizing how that might sound, I didn't expect to inherit anything. The blessed deceased always said she would leave her houses and money to whoever she wanted. Watch them gather around my corpse when I'm gone, she'd said with relish. Ungrateful, disloyal while I lived, but watch them come the moment they think they might get something from me. And she'd patted Enae's hand and made the tiny huff that was her laughter near the end. As I said Zemil, the blessed deceased was facing bankruptcy. Her income had declined, and she had refused to alter her way of living. It took several years to negotiate. Our ancestor was stubborn, as I'm sure you know, but ultimately she had no choice if she was to continue living here in the way she was accustomed to. Enae didn't know what to say. She hardly even knew how to breathe in this moment. "I wanted the name," said Zemel. "I have wealth and some influence, but I'm a newcomer to wealth and influence, at least according to the oldest families, an interloper. Our ancestor made sure to tell me so on several occasions. But no longer. Now I am an Astur. And now the Asturs are wealthy again." Another unfamiliar servant came in to clear the food and the coffee away. Enae hadn't eaten anything. She could feel the hollow in his stomach, but she couldn't bring herself to take a sandwich now. Knew she wouldn't be able to eat it if she did. Grandmama's jurist waved the servant over, muttered in her ear. The servant made a plate with 2 small sandwiches, poured a cup of coffee, handed both to Enae, and then took the rest and left the room. "Have you dismissed the servants?" Enae asked. She'd meant to sound casual, curious, but her tone came out rough and resentful. "You are no longer the housekeeper here, Mux Aftur," Zemel replied. "I was until this morning, and if I'd known people were going to lose their jobs, I'd have done what I could for them. They've worked for us a long time." "You think I'm cruel," said Zemel. "Heartless, but I'm only direct. No servants have been dismissed. None will be who perform their jobs well. Does that satisfy you?" "Yes." "I will do you no favors," Zemel continued, leaving you in any misapprehension or uncertainty. "As I said, what I wanted in this transaction was the Aftur name. There will be some reluctance on the part of the other old families to accept my legitimacy, and that will be made more difficult if you are here as an example of a true Aftur, one who so loyally cared for her grandmaman for so long and rightfully ought to have inherited, in contrast with my false, purchased hold on the name. But I am also obligated to support you. Understand, I bear you no ill will, and I have no objection to providing for you, but I need you gone. I have, therefore, found employment for you." "There's asked for," the jurist began reproachfully. Zemel raised a forestalling hand. "You may stay here for another month to complete the time of mourning, and then you will take a position with the Office of Diplomacy. Your assignment is already arranged. You will find it congenial, I assure you." "You could just leave me my allowance," said Enae. "I could move out." "Would you?" asked Zemel. "Where would you go?" "I have a month to figure that out," she replied, not sure she had understood anything anyone had said for the past 5 minutes, not even sure what she herself was saying. "Let me tell you what your position would be in the Office of Diplomacy. You have been appointed Special Investigator, and a case has been assigned to you. It is a situation of great diplomatic delicacy. Perhaps we should discuss this in private." She glanced at the jurist. "I'm not going anywhere," he said, and crossed his arms very decidedly. "You don't work for Mux Aftur," Zemel pointed out. "No," he acknowledged. "In this matter, I represent the interests of the blessed deceased, and consequently, I will be certain that her grandchild is appropriately cared for." "If she were here," began Zemel. "But she's not here," said the jurist. "We have only her express desire and your agreement to that." Zemel made an expression as though she'd bitten into something sour. "All right then. Enae, you've been assigned Mux Aftur," said Enae, hardly believing it had come out of her mouth. To Enae's shock, Zemel smiled. Mux ath tour. You've been assigned, as I've said, to a matter of some delicacy. Some years ago, the Rat-Chai translator's office approached the Office of Diplomacy to request our help in tracking down a fugitive. Rat-Chai. The Rat was an enormous multi-system empire, far enough away that no one here in Sanis polity felt immediately threatened by them, especially now with the Rat-Chai embroiled in their own internal struggles, but close enough and powerful enough that Rat-Chai was one of the languages the well-educated often elected to study. The translator's office was the Rat-Chai diplomatic service. Enae felt the itch of files arriving. "I've sent you the details," said Zemil. Enae blinked the message open, read the opening summary. "This incident happened 200 years ago." "Yes," Zemil agreed. "The Office of Diplomacy assigned an investigator when the request first came in, who decided the fugitive wasn't here in Sanis polity, or even anywhere in the system, and what with one thing and another, the matter was dropped." "But how am I supposed to find someone who's been missing for 200 years? Zemil shrugged. "I haven't the least idea, but I rather imagine it will involve travel and a per diem on top of your wages, on top of your existing allowance, which I have no plans to discontinue. Indeed, the blessed deceased was quite miserly in the matter of your allowance, and I believe I'll be increasing it." She turned to the jurist. "There. Are you satisfied?" The jurist made a non-committal noise, and Zemil turned back to Enae. "Honestly, no one cares if you find this person or not. No one expects you to find anything at all. You're being paid to travel, and maybe look into an old puzzle, if you feel like it. Haven't you ever wanted to leave here?" She had always wanted to leave here. She couldn't think. "Not right now. I've just lost my grandmother," she said, tears welling again. She didn't know from where. "And I've had a terrible shock. I'm going to my room if..." She looked Zemil directly in the eyes. "If it still is my room?" "Of course," said Zemil. Enae hadn't expected that easy acquiescence. Grandmaman would never have tolerated her acting all high and mighty like this. But what else was she supposed to do? Grandmaman wasn't here anymore. She blinked, took a breath. Another. "If your people would be so kind as to bring me lunch and coffee there." Ridiculous. She was still holding the sandwiches the servant had handed to her, but she couldn't even imagine eating them. Not these sandwiches. Not here. Not now. "And I'll have supper in my room as well." "They'll be happy to help you any way you wish, as long as you're here," said Zemil. Enae rose, sat her untouched food back onto the sideboard. She turned and nodded to the jurist. Thank you. Thank you." "Call me if you need me," he said. She turned to Zemil, but found she had no words to say, and so she just fled to her own room. Reet. Rurusk Station, Sovereign Territory of Zeosen. There were any number of people on Rurusk Station whose work could be done at whatever hour seemed best to them, so long as the work was done in a reasonable time. Reet was not one of them. The private consultant he was meeting with presumably was one of them, but he had been inflexible enough that Reet had been tempted to refuse to meet at all. There was, after all, very little a consultant of any sort could have to say to him that could not be conveyed just as well by a text or voice message. But when Reet had begun to suggest so, the consultant had insisted. The meeting must be in person, and it must occur. Intrigued despite himself, Reet had agreed to the least ridiculously impossible time, and now he stood here, in this facility, which had looked like nothing remarkable at the entrance, aside from an actual human keeping the door instead of a bot, or people just coming and going freely as they did in most other places, which had turned out to be some sort of private lounge, filled with low tables and thick-padded chairs and benches, and waiters, quiet and discreet, bringing food and drinks to the people sitting there talking quietly. Human waiters, not mechs or bots, just like the guard at the door. "You are late," said the consultant when Reet presented himself. He lounged in one of the chairs. Another person, a man, brown-featured, brown-skinned, with light, close-clipped hair, sitting in the seat next to him. An empty bench faced them both. "I messaged you," replied Reet, not entirely able to keep exasperation out of his voice. "There was a pipe break. I couldn't leave until it was repaired." Surely they could smell the musty whiff of the pipeways on him. He had stripped off his thin coverall and shoved it into the recycler, but he hadn't stopped to shower because he had known he was late already and didn't want to be even later. He could have showered and just gone home. He could be in his tiny room, sitting on his tiny bed, eating takeout dumplings, watching Pirate Exiles of the Death Moons. "Come now, Mr. Truid," the consultant replied. "These state-mandated jobs are all make work. Engineers fix the pipes by mech, surely, or the bots can do the repairs themselves." Reet considered several answers, but rather than speaking, he turned to leave. "Wait!" cried the consultant. The man sitting beside him laughed. "Perfect," he chortled. "Absolutely perfect. You are certainly a Shan all the way through." Reet stopped, turned back. "I'm a what?" 300 years ago," said the consultant, "in Keroxane system, Lovehead Station was destroyed in..." He glanced at Air Companion. "Let's call it a particularly violent civil dispute." The man beside him frowned. "A dispute? It wasn't a dispute. Nehikipi rebelled against their then oppressors." The consultant made a placatory gesture. "I'm aware of what happened on Lovehead Station," Reet cut in, and was suddenly struck with a disturbingly appealing vision of stepping forward, grabbing this man by the neck, and biting into his cheek, teeth sinking into flesh. Impulse followed vision, but Reet kept himself standing, straight and still. "Records were lost in the destruction," said the man eagerly, his agitation gone as soon as it had come. Reet imagined peeling off the man's skin, as though it were one of the cheap coveralls he worked in. What would he see? The man continued speaking oblivious. "Centuries of history, of culture, of genetic data, of nearly everything, gone. All that's left is the records of a few of us whose ancestors left Lovehead Station years before, and of course, the Shans, the ancient Hikipi rulers of Lovehead Station, were supposed to have been destroyed long before that, but there have always been rumors that some escaped that destruction. Imagine if we could find them, the descendants of the Shans. What would that do to the struggle against the Qven?" "Please, sit down," said the consultant. Reet did not, and the consultant went on with a small shrug. "You arrived here as an infant, an orphan refugee some 3 decades ago. No family, no adults claimed you." "I'm not related to any of the families on this station," said Reet. "Hikipi or otherwise. They checked my genetics. The Shans were always very secretive about their genetic data," said the man. "I'm Heros, not Karl, by the way, president of the siblings of Hikipu, here on Rurusk Station." "The Shans," said the consultant, "were very much their own clan within Lovehead Station when they were in power. They're rumored to have made alterations to all their members, by birth or otherwise." "You could always tell a Shan," said Mr. Natkal. "By their manner, certainly." He indicated Reet with one hand, smiling. "But there were other ways. What those ways were, we think we have discovered." Your route to this station, what we know of it, fits with someone who might have come from Love-Hate Station, said the consultant, and your genes are distinctly odd. I would even say those oddities are unique. I'm aware, said Reet shortly. He took a breath, willing the disturbingly attractive images of skinless Nutcall away. Is all odd it is, and we even remotely connected to any of the Hikipi families here. Surely you would have claimed me before now. He should have gone back to his room after work and ignored this appointment. He should never have taken it to begin with. He should leave right now. But no one was looking for a Shan, were they? Replied Nutcall, as though that disposed of the matter. This is the result of decades of research and careful piecing together of what fragments of information and tradition we might have. He laughed. Just seeing you stand there, you're a Shan. I'm convinced of it. He nodded, turned to the consultant. I've transmitted your fee. Well deserved, I do say. And you? He turned again to Reet. Mr. For some reason, Mr. Nutcall hesitated. Reet suspected he knew what that reason was, but maybe not. Maybe it was something else. Maybe it wasn't because Reet's family name, the parents who had adopted him, belonged to what most Zeoseni would consider the wrong ethnic group. Mr. Swede? No, said Nutcall. Mr. Shan, depend on it. Heir to a long and glorious history, and there may not be any other Shans here or anywhere else, but you have, I assure you, the friendship and support and family of the siblings of Hikipu. Come to our next meeting, Mr. Shan. Mr. Nutcall chuckled and rubbed his hands together. Mr. Shan, at long last, come to our next meeting, Mr. Shan, and discover what it is to be part of a community. You aren't on your own anymore. You know who you are now. It was too much to handle all at once. Reet stared at Mr. Nutcall, his gut gone sickeningly tense, as though Mr. Nutcall had threatened him, when it was Reet who had been imagining taking him apart. When Mr. Nutcall had, in fact, just offered Reet the thing he had always wished for and always known he could never have. A history, an identity that was part of something else, not just Reet. Solitary, alone. It was too much. There would be blood under the skin, and muscles, and if those were stripped away, fuck this, said Reet, I'm going home and having supper. Nutcall laughed again. Shan, he cried, you're a Shan to the core. Reet bought dumplings and then splurged on a tiny milk jelly and took it all back to his room. He had friends, or at least friendly acquaintances. Some of them, most of the people he'd known as a child, had fallen away somehow over the years. Others, well, Reet found he was in no mood to share anyone's company, let alone try to explain what had just happened. He sat on his bed, back against the wall that a former occupant had painted with the scrawled stick figure as the goddess of good fortune, one schematic hand raised in blessing. The dumplings were filled with some indefinite mixture of protein and plant material, strongly spiced. The familiarity of the flavor was usually soothing, but today he was too tense, and the food nauseated him. What was wrong with him? It wasn't just Mr. Nutcall and the fucking siblings of Hikipu. It wasn't just the sudden vision of stripping another human being down to component parts. That was something that had followed Reet on and off since he'd been a child. What excites you? A counselor had asked him when he'd been much younger. What do you dream of doing? That's where to look for your place, the thing you'll prepare for. With trepidation, Reet had confessed his desire to dissect the people around him. She'd gone straight to his foster parents, who had insisted he hadn't meant it, it was a joke. Reet was certainly a very odd child, but he wasn't violent, not counting that time when he'd been little and had that problem with biting. The councillor had accepted Reet's apology, and he had never told anyone about his desires after that. He had reached adulthood, not found qualifying work, and so he'd had to take a state job or pay the sloth tax, which of course he couldn't afford since he had no one willing or able to pay it for him, and no paying job. For the past 15 years, he'd worked in the station's pipeways, following the bots, repairing them or bringing them back to Central if they were beyond Reet's ability to fix, looking for faults or breaks that hadn't registered on the system. It was dull. It was isolated. It was, in the absence of any other opportunity, perfectly fine. Odd. He was more than odd. There was something wrong with him. He'd meant to watch Pirate Exiles. Instead, he closed his eyes and requested information on Hikipi history. He could guess, of course, who and what the siblings of Hikipu were. Plenty of the people on Rurusk Station and in Zersen generally considered themselves to be ethnically Hikipi, and so he knew a few basic bits of information. Most Hikipi practice Madeb Chenala rather than Deltai Chenala, which was the majority Chenala sect on Rurusk. Most Hikipi had come here to escape persecution by the Fen. The Hikipi had an ancient and proud history, of which Reet only knew names and some bare facts, including Love-Hate Station and its destruction. But what about the Shans? Ah, the Shans. Before the Fen had come, the Shans had ruled all of Hikipi space, though their activities had been centered on Love-Hate Station. There were 7 zones, each with its autarch, all of which answered to the sovereign autarch, who was for 600 years a Shan. The first Shan had arrived on Love-Hate Station mysteriously, an infant alone in an unmarked shuttle, just as the inhabitants of Love-Hate Station were debating the question of who should rule them. That small, surely legendary bit of information made Reet shiver with recognition. The shuttle might have come from anywhere, or nowhere, or never existed at all, but that child's descendants ruled Love-Hate Station for 6 centuries after. They had been deposed finally by a conspiracy of zone autarchs who had banded together and killed every Shan they could find, and then proceeded to fight among themselves for the sovereign autarchy. For the next several centuries, Hikipi space had been at war with itself until the Fen invaded, uniting the fractious zones against a common enemy. Mostly. Sort of. The Shans had been benevolent rulers, whose end meant the loss of the glory days of the Hikipi. Or they had been brutal dictators. It was hard to know for certain. Records were continually lost in the wars between the stations and the struggles against the Fen, and of course when Love-Hate Station had been destroyed, all its records had gone with it. There was certainly no way to know if all the Shans were really dead. "You're a Shan to the core," Mr. Nadkal had said. It was the first time anyone had reacted to Reet with recognition instead of doubt or puzzlement or contempt. Could it be true? Reet didn't think it was likely. Love-Hate had been dust for centuries. Mr. Nadkal had almost certainly been born right here on Rurusk Station, and so had the rest of the siblings of Hikipu. The Shans had been driven out of Love-Hate 1,000 years ago. None of the siblings of Hikipu could know one when they saw one. Or could they? If the Shans had changed themselves, genetically marked themselves somehow as different from everyone else on Love-Hate Station, might their descendants seem strange to the people around them? Might their makeup seem distinctly odd, especially far from their place of origin, with no other Shans around to compare them to? It didn't seem likely. It didn't seem likely that they'd marked their members with a persistent urge to vivisect other people. But if they had, Reet should at least look into it. He opened his eyes, set aside the carton of dumplings, ate the milk jelly, and lay down on the bed and started up an episode of Pirate Exiles of the Death Moons. Qven. None of us is wasted. They make sure to tell us that, to assure us that each tiny, sliding, slick and slimy into its warm tray has been designed, intended for some essential role. They don't tell you, at least when you're a little or small, and probably not even after that, not in so many words, that they make a few extras, just in case. They don't tell you, so of course no one ever tells you you're an extra. I wasn't an extra. I toddled out of the tiny beds and into the slightly wider world of the littles with not a care. By the time I grew from little to small, I had developed a comfortable sense of my own importance to the world, to the other smalls around me. I knew that the larger figures around us, who fed us, who instructed us in various proprieties, don't put that in your ear, no, don't bite off a finger, would keep me safe and comfortable. None of that changed when I reached the middles, except that the world became wider still, and those caring, comforting figures mostly disappeared. It's in your middles that you begin to be more intensely fascinated by what might be inside those around you. The middle quarters are soft, the blue-veined ground warm and yielding, tensing sometimes in response to pressure. Walls where there might be rooms, opened when you might want a door, or not. You could never really depend on a wall opening when you needed it. The growths in the wide places, tall fleshy towers, ragged here and there with patches of cilia, translucent blue mounds that crept slowly along the ground, a million different small, bright-coloured things that came and went. None of them had anything sharp or rigid about them. There were no rocks, no glass, no sticks, nothing to make any tool to cut or stab. We found a way. The first middle I saw opened up was an unpopular, inoffensive creature whose only crime, I thought, was being weak. Now I suspect their real crime was being not sufficiently zealously protected by those adults who'd cared for us when we were tinies and littles and smalls. You wouldn't think private disdain would communicate itself so clearly to us, oblivious as we were to any but our own fascinations and concerns, but I believe now that it can and does. It was shocking and titillating to see the layer of yellow fat under the skin, the liver gleaming smooth and wet beneath the ribs. One of us pushed the guts aside to reveal kidneys. But just as the few middles began to explore ways to crack the sternum and reveal the frantically beating heart, the ground gaped and cilia pulled the screaming, sobbing middle away. They came back after a while and tried to hide from us, but we found them and removed a leg. The muscle, the tendons, the pop of the joint when we levered it apart. They were taken away again and never returned. The leg was left behind though, and that was amusing for a while. They weren't the only middle that happened to, but of course it never happened to me. Not even the threat of it. I assumed, if I thought about it at all, that I was just better than those victims, that there had been something fundamentally consumable about them. Out of the middles then, and into the edges. The edge is the boundary, the last layer of childish existence. I never thought to measure time as it flowed past, never looked ahead to any future that might have been different from the present. But in the edges, you begin to count, to see what might be coming. In the edges, you begin to realize that childhood is not eternal. We're in the edges much longer than the tinies or the little smalls or middles. So there are far more of us there at one time, and a far wider difference between those of us who've just arrived and those who are about to exit into the world. Those senior edges can be remote, disdainful of the new ones just emerged, or they can be helpful, solicitous even. In the edges, we begin to learn the things we'll need to know out in the world. I was assigned a room with objects I was meant to sit and sleep on. I ate odd-tasting mixtures out of dishes, not with my hands, but with tools, especially made for the purpose of lifting food into my mouth. I was introduced to clothes, which I didn't like but eventually grew used to. I began to learn the language of humans. "Why can't we just eat a teacher?" I asked one of the older edges who had been friendly to me more or less since I'd arrived. My companion lay on the floor of my room, legs up against the wall. Minor, casual rebellion, the sort of thing you do when no teacher is around. Now, they made a shocked face, but the older edges were used to treading the boundaries of the acceptable. It wouldn't work, not the way you'd want it to, and even if it did, you'd be stuck with a miserable thing for the rest of your existence, and the other teachers would definitely be unhappy with you. I frowned, pondering. The teachers took care of us, taught us of course. The older edges I was acquainted with made it clear that teachers were to be obeyed at all times, but also that teachers were inferior beings whose particular quirks or private feelings were beneath consideration. "You don't want to make them too angry," said my companions from the floor. "They can hurt you, or..." They swung their legs down, rolled over. "Not us, you know. They can't do much of any consequence to us, but they can make things very unpleasant, and a replacement teacher is an adjustment, not always a good one." I sighed. "But it would be so much easier. Can you imagine them letting you be a diplomatic operative?" They switched momentarily into human language. "A translator with a teacher inside you. You know they're bred for teaching, nothing better, or else they're a failed and can't even do the thing they were meant for." I knew these things. My companion was not telling me this because they thought I didn't know it, but to be absolutely certain that I understood it, because if I did not, I too might become one of the failed. "Really," continued my companion, "it's not something to even joke about." "I know," I acknowledged. "It's just so frustrating. All the stupid rules. Eat with a spoon, put clothes on your feet, sit on the chairs." My companion, still lying on the floor, snickered. "Say thank you and if you please in human language, begging your indulgence." "Rat-I," corrected my companion, mocking the prissy pedanticism of a teacher. "If you please, excrete into the special excretion receptacles." I went on. "Sleep on the sleeping furniture and never ever open anyone up. At least not anyone worth caring about," said my companion. I laughed, because it was true. There were here, as there had been among the middles, some of us who were weak and prone to being victimized. No matter what the rules were, some of them got opened up. But, despite there being more of us here, not as many as in the middles. They tended to hang together here, and there was always the possibility that they might resist. Besides, if a teacher caught you, there would almost certainly be some sort of penalty. You're in the edges for decades. As you go along, as you learn the things you'll need to know in the world, you learn what those first signs are, that you're ready, that you've become an active danger to your former fellow edges, no longer an edge yourself. This is what the teachers tell you. When you exit into the world, you'll take the place you've been prepared for since birth. Each of us chosen for our suitability, without reference to favoritism or any sort of partiality. Each role is necessary and noble, part of our great work, and we will all be happy and fulfilled. It's all a lie. Enae, Athtur House, Sanis Polity. Enae spent several days reading over all the documents, the ones pertaining to grandmaman's will and the ones from the Office of Diplomacy. Most of the will-related ones she didn't really understand, and she soon set them aside. The various jurists hired by the aunts and uncles and cousins would certainly be examining the documents closely, and she herself could call on grandmaman's jurist sometime soon to go over them. There was no hurry to understand it all. The documents from the Office of Diplomacy interested her more. They were all tagged Secret 6. Not as confidential as things came in Sanis polity, but close enough. Apparently, Ambassador Enae, Rajai emissary to the Presger, had come to Sanis herself to request help in tracking down this fugitive. There would be no checking with her on the fugitive's current status. Ambassador Enae had died some time ago, and the current emissary to the Presger was someone named Saymet. Ambassador Saymet wasn't likely to be paying much attention to this particular issue just now. Something had happened in the Rajai space about 10 years ago. Enae was vague on the details, and the multi-bodied Rajai ruler Anna and Miatnai had split into factions of herself and begun a civil war. Systems and whole Rajai provinces had split off and been retaken and split off again, and on top of all that, the conscious, artificial intelligences that the Rajai used to control warships and large stations had declared themselves a significant species with the attendant right to be admitted to the treaty with the Presger. And the safety of every human, everywhere, depended on that treaty. It was the only thing that kept the Presger from tearing apart ships and stations and human beings wherever and whenever they liked. A potential new treaty signatory meant a conclave where the existing signatories would debate the issue. Enae was sure everyone in human space was paying at least some attention to the conclave that was about to begin. Parts of the treaty might be up for renegotiation. How many and which parts no one was quite clear on, but the possibility was both exciting and terrifying. Worse, if talks broke down, would the treaty collapse? Nobody wanted that. So, Ambassador Saymet surely had her hands full right now, and Ambassador Enae had been unable or unwilling to give many details about this fugitive, only that they would be an obvious stranger who might have come to Sanis from a limited number of other systems, and it was urgent they be found and turned over to the Rajai translator's office. The investigator assigned to the case had apparently not liked the implications of this, done a cursory search, and declared the matter unresolvable. The involvement of the emissary to the Presger and her urgency did suggest that the person they were looking for was either Rajai diplomatic staff in possession of dangerous information or a Presger translator. Enae guessed that those officials 2 centuries ago had been eager not to be responsible for any of it. The Presger translators were, well, they looked human. They looked human, but even if they were, in fact, entirely human, they spoke for, and thus presumably with, the alien Presger. They were the conduit by which humans, an undifferentiated mass as far as the Presger were concerned, at least that was what Enae gathered, communicated with the other side in that treaty. No one with any sense wanted to entangle themselves in that situation for their own safety, not to mention the safety of basically every other human in the universe. So the Office of Diplomacy had informed Ambassador Enae that after a full investigation, it had been determined that the fugitive had never come through Sanis or its system, and then the matter had been shelved. And now, for no good reason at all as far as Enae could see, it had been handed to her to follow up on. After 4 days of taking all her meals in her room, Enae decided that no one could prevent her from going down for breakfast. She found a half-dozen strangers there, along with Zemil, at the head of the table, of course. "Good morning, Max Aftor," Zemil said cheerfully. "How are you today?" "Fine, thank you," Enae said, and hesitated a moment. Then, deciding that the best course was pretending everything was absolutely normal, she went over to the sideboard, got herself a cup of coffee, and sat at the table. Within moments, a servant, one she knew, set a steaming bowl of soup in front of her, the exact same breakfast she had somewhat defiantly ordered the day after grandmaman's funeral, and every day since. Grandmaman had despised soup for breakfast, and insisted that Enae eat something sensible, like bread or rice porridge or a salad. and she hadn't been certain just how well or attentively the servants would treat her. Now there were so many more servants in the household, and the ones who knew Enae were in the minority, and now Zemel had made her status in the household so clear. It was delicious soup, with just enough heat to it, with perfectly done noodles, with exactly the amount and sort of vegetables Enae liked, and a soft boiled egg sitting right on top. It was perfect. It had to have been made by someone who knew Enae's tastes extremely well, and for some reason, that made Enae even less sure of herself than she had been when she had walked into the dining room and seen all these strangers breakfasting, relaxed, as though this was their own home. Which, of course, it was. Zemel introduced everyone at the table. Enae forgot their names as soon as Zemel said them, and then the others resumed chatting about people and events Enae knew nothing of. She enjoyed her soup in silence and let the talk wash over her until when she was slurping the last few noodles, the person across from her said, "Makes us tour. I hope you'll forgive me mentioning business at breakfast, but it seems I'm to be your supervisor at the Office of Diplomacy." Enae blinked, swallowed the noodles, and wiped her mouth with her napkin. "I haven't said I'll take the job." An awkward silence. Then the person across from Enae said, "Maybe we can talk after breakfast in..." She looked at Zemel. "The peony room? Will that be available?" "Of course," said Zemel. "I don't like the peony room, it's much too gaudy." "I think it's pretty," said the person who had addressed Enae. "So if you don't like it, Aunt, I'll just claim it for myself." She turned to Enae. "The peony room then, once we finished with breakfast. Will that be all right?" It took Enae a few seconds to realize that this person was consulting Enae about her own preference and convenience. "That'll be fine," she said. After all, it wasn't like she had anything else to do. Enae herself quite liked the peony room. The walls were painted with leaves and giant pink and white peonies. The chairs were upholstered in yet more pink and white, the arms and legs gilded, and the side tables were enormous peonies, their huge carved wooden petals making them nearly unusable as tables. A row of cabinets sat open to display more peonies, blown glass, carved gems, cast or hammered silver and gold. Enae had loved them since he had been small, and Zemel was right. It was all incredibly gaudy. "I'm Qven," said the person, her proposed supervisor and, Enae supposed, her cousin now. "I know Aunt introduced us, but you can't possibly have kept us all straight. Would it be all right if I called you Enae?" "I suppose so." She found herself at a loss again, and then remembered that she lived here, had lived here all of her life, and that this other person, Qven, was the interloper. She chose a chair and sat. Qven smiled and sat in a chair on the other side of one of the unusable tables. "Thank you. It does seem odd for us to be calling each other Mix Tour, don't you think?" She shook her head. "I'm still getting used to that. I was Qven Igreto just the other day." Enae wasn't certain what she could reply to that. "You wanted to talk about your being an investigator for the Office of Diplomacy. Now, I know you said at breakfast that you haven't agreed to take the job, but honestly, Aunt usually gets what she wants. I don't mean to pressure you or, God's help us, threaten you, because the truth of the matter is she can't actually make you go, but she'll do whatever she can to get you to go, if you know what I mean." "I'm not sure how much she can do," Enae found herself saying. She folded her hands primly in her lap. "She's required to provide for me, and if I refuse to leave, any attempt to force me would probably look very bad." "She likes you, you know," said Qven. "Or at least she's sympathetic. You stayed here for years taking care of the blessed deceased, who didn't even remotely appreciate how much you did for her and how much you put up with. Aunt thought you were all worn down to nothing. But then you showed you had some backbone after all, which Aunt says makes your grandmother's treatment of you even worse, but I don't see how it's different, honestly. I think I want some more coffee. Would you like some too? Maybe I'll just ask for coffee to be set up here every day. I love this room. She looked around happily. I've liked it since I was small, Enae found herself confessing. She should probably have resented this person, sitting in the peony room as though she owned it, as though this was her house, which of course it was now. But she found that she liked Qven. She couldn't say why exactly. Oh, of course you grew up with it. How wonderful. So, listen, I've just ordered a coffee service, by the way. I have no idea where they'll set it up. That complicated metal thing over there falls out, said Enae. Qven laughed, delighted. Excellent. So listen, you're right. Aunt can't force you to do anything. She can maneuver and put pressure on and any number of things, but let's be honest, you're used to things being not entirely pleasant. You're actually in a pretty good position here. Don't tell Aunt I said so. She'll be quite cross with me if she finds out, but it's only the truth. If there's something else you want to do, you could probably get her to agree to it. What Enae wanted to do was to stay here, in the house where she had always lived, at least until she figured out what else she might want to do. But Zemel didn't want her to stay, and honestly, Enae wasn't sure she wanted to live with all these strangers. I don't know, she said. What Enae wanted to do was leave here and never come back. She had had all sorts of secret wishes and fantasies of leaving over the years, but none of them ever seemed real. None of them seemed real, even now. Two servants, ones that Enae didn't recognize, came in with an urn of coffee and sugar and cups and spoons, and hesitated, unsure where to put things. Here, said Enae, and rose and folded out the metal thing into a huge, glittering array of stylized silver petals and leaves. Qven actually gasped. That's amazing! I am definitely having meetings here every day. Please tell me you did your household administrative work here all these years. I mean, what's the point of having something like that and not using it? Enae made a non-committal noise. Grandmaman had said that it was too much trouble to open the peony sideboard just for her. It had only been for the most special of occasions. So, said Qven, when she had gotten herself a cup of coffee from the shining, elaborate sideboard. As I was saying, you can't probably do anything you like, just come up with a plan and then negotiate with Aunt. Which is the sticky bit, I admit, but like I said, you're in a pretty good position. If I were you... She took a sip of coffee. If I were you, honestly, I'd take the job but demand an increase in my allowance. What? Enae was astonished. The amount Zemel had proposed to give her was already an unconscionably high number. How could I possibly justify that? Look, this job is impossible. It's just a cover. I mean, you could go looking for this fugitive if you wanted, but you don't have to. You're not expected to. You'd basically make a bunch of stops and visit embassies and make formal requests for information that you probably won't get. No one thinks you'll be able to find this person, but it's important right now to be seen, to be looking. The Conclave, Enae guessed. The Conclave, where the treaty that protected humanity from the Presger would possibly be up for renegotiation. Qven gestured toward Enae with her coffee cup. Precisely. But a conclave starting up and Presger attention presumably on humans in general. No one wants to seem unconcerned about the safety of one of their translators in human space. Not that this would affect any of that. It's just a loose end that the Office of Diplomacy would like tidied up. It's for the appearance, really. Whoever this person was, they're likely dead by now. You aren't going to find them, so this is just a ridiculously overpaid travel jaunt for you. One of those positions they give out to scions of the most distinguished families who maybe need to be out of sight for a while. She took a sip of coffee. Like me, said Enae ruefully. Exactly, agreed Qven. So make Aunt make it worth your while. I mean, she already intends to, but maybe her idea of worth your while isn't the same as yours, and you're the one who gets to decide that. The idea astonished Enae. Qven continued, Did you read the document? The obvious first stop is Sixua, and you could put up in a hotel or an apartment for months and just see the sights, try the food, relax, whatever. But I'd be getting paid to do a job. Oh, yes, and mostly that job is meeting with our consular representatives in various places and asking if they have any information, which they won't, but it's all about making the effort. There's no reason not to enjoy yourself, too. Have you ever traveled top class on an intersystem liner? It's amazing. They have restaurants, spas, and all sorts of things. Of course, the Office of Diplomacy wouldn't send you anywhere on a top-class ticket, not unless you were an actual ambassador, but if your allowance were large enough, you could absolutely spend a month in transit sipping arak and getting massages and mineral packs and whatnot. Have you ever had a mineral pack? It's incredibly relaxing. Enae felt suddenly that she could sit here all day and just talk with Qven about mineral packs or all the beautiful things in the peony room. Instead, she said, I think if this fugitive came from the Presger, if this really is a Presger translator we're talking about, it makes sense to start looking near the Treaty Administration facility. You'll want a trip to the Conclave, explained Qven. You might be able to do that eventually. The conclave will be going on for ages. You've got time. Make some friends with the consular officials you meet while you're traveling, and you'll have a chance at all kinds of purse. That's how that works. No, Enae wanted to protest. That's not what I mean. But if she'd learned one thing living with grandmaman, it was that talking too much about air plans beforehand was the surest way to have those plans criticized, nitpicked, negated. Better to think carefully and then go ahead and do what needed to be done and take the consequences later. But Qven seemed like a friend? She couldn't possibly be. Enae had just met here, right? I can't do this, she said aloud. I haven't left this town in 40 years. I'd barely even left the house. I know how to make sure the household is running right. I knew how to deal with the blessed deceased. But she had never known how to stand up to her, how to argue for what she wanted, hadn't known how to stand up to the relatives who'd invaded the house for grandmama's funeral. How could she leave here, leave sanest polity, even leave the system? How could she even begin to know how to deal with things out there in the world, where wars were being fought, where a mistake might mean people dying? Qven said, running a household like this one isn't trivial. And from what I hear, dealing with a blessed deceased gave you a lot of diplomatic experience. And look, you were about to tell me where you would look for this fugitive, weren't you? Well, no, said Enae, though Qven was right. It's just, there are only a few systems anyone could have gone to from the Treaty Administration facility. I guess there's no reason to assume they came from there, since the Presger can be pretty much anywhere. But I have to start somewhere. You know. Qven picked her coffee up off the peony table. I won't say I'm glad the blessed deceased has ascended, but you've been wasted all these years. You're going to be great at this. Reet. Velek Settlement, Sovereign Territory of Zeosen. Reet's foster parents lived on a terraformed moon, in a snug house at the edge of their town. They were as always glad to see him, and invited him to sit on their little terrace, which looked out on the dark forms of agricultural bots stepping delicately across emerald grain fields. Reet sank onto a cushion, and Maman offered him coffee. Not still biting people, are you? Asked Nana, who had always been a bit blunt, a bit obtuse, along with their obvious affection for all the foster children. No, man, said Mom, sitting beside him. That was a long time ago. She gestured towards the halawa on the tray between them. It's your favorite, Reet, from the shop down the road. I know you haven't been able to have it since you were here last. It's so good to see you, said Maman. Ishat and Tsukisi send their love. They aren't able to be here until next week. Reet had always gotten along more or less well with his foster sibs, but he was sure they hadn't actually asked Maman to give him their love. That was just my mom being nice. Driss will be here in a few days. Right now she's on a language immersion retreat. Reet barely knew Brist. She'd been adopted several years after he'd left for Rurusk. That sounds nice. How are things in the station pipeways? Asked Mom. About the same as usual. Boring until it's not. I never understood why they sent you out there, said Nana. They could have put you on farm work. You got your mech certification. I think you should apply again. You are still looking for qualifying work, aren't you? Yes, Nana. There was no point in giving any other answer. You just have to put yourself out there, said Nana. Be persistent. It would be so nice to have you back here. It would be nice to be back, Reet said. Not entirely untruthfully, but not entirely truthfully either. So, what else is happening? Asked Maman. What about that nice boy you were seeing? Oh, that's been over for a while, said Reet, and took a bite of halawa and a sip of coffee, so he couldn't say much more. What a shame, said Mom, pushing the plate of halawa nearer to Reet. I did like him, but I've liked most of your lovers who we've met. You have good taste. You never message us enough though, said Nana. Anything else new in your life lately? Reet swallowed a mouthful of coffee. Actually, yes. His foster parents made interested noises. Someone approached me recently, claiming to know where I'm from. That surprised even Nana into motionless silence. Then Maman said, Are you? Who? Where do they think you're from? Love-Hate Station apparently, in Karoxane's system. A family called Shan. What do the Shan say about this? Asked Nana. How did they lose you? Where have they been all this time? Dead, replied Reet, not without some satisfaction. He took another piece of halawa. It was his favorite. It tasted familiar and comforting. They don't have the genetic data of any of these Shans, observed Mom, as usual, coming to the point immediately. They can't, or we'd have known about a connection. Honestly, Reet, if you had any genetic relationship with anyone from Karoxane, I'm sure it would have come up before now. There's no way to know, said Reet. We have genetic data from people claiming their ancestors came from Love-Hate, but that's not the same thing as the genetic data of people who actually lived on the station. Nana frowned. I don't see why not. Not everyone will have escaped, Reet said. There might have been any number of families whose genes were lost forever in the destruction, and the people who did escape, their ancestors might have come from Love-Hate, but they likely have other genes in the mix by now. It's been hundreds of years, and even longer since the Shan supposedly left. There's no way to know from someone's DNA if they had ancestors on Love-Hate Station. We can only know if they've got genetic relatives among the descendants of the people who survived. I still don't see how that's not the same thing, said Nana. Maman shushed him. We can see it's very complicated. How do you feel about it? That's the important thing. I'm not sure, Reet admitted. The stories about the Shans are different depending on who's telling them. Some people, the ones who came to me, I guess, think of them as part of Love-Hate Station's glorious past. Some people say horrible things about them, that they were cruel dictators who kept themselves apart from the rest of the station. Reet had dreaded this moment, but he might as well get it over with. Some people, apparently, say that the Shans tortured and murdered people and even ate them. Oh, there's no question then, exclaimed Nana with a laugh. You're a Shan. Nana, reproved Maman. That was a long time ago. I'm only joking, said Nana. Reet doesn't mind, do you, Reet? Reet took another sip of coffee, while Nana fiddled with her handheld. There's an organization called the Siblings of Hikipu, and they want to meet me. I haven't made up my mind yet if I want to meet them or not. Even if I did claim the name, there's no other family except these people. His own handheld buzzed in his pocket. He slipped it out a little way. I'm sorry. From Nana. I didn't mean to upset you. Reet messaged back. It's all right. Even though it wasn't, really. He slipped the handheld back into his pocket. It all comes clear, said Nana aloud. Be careful, they don't just want someone to do the organizational work. He considered for a moment. Unless it's qualifying? Reet looked a question at him. You know how it is with clubs and such? Nana continued. Everyone loves the idea, and they love to come to the parties or whatever, but no one wants to do the work to keep things going and make the parties happen. So, you're maybe one of the ancient rulers of Love-Hate Station. Of course you'll want to administer their club. It's only your inheritance, right? Nana laughed at what he clearly thought was their own very good joke. I suppose you never know, replied Reet. Later, after supper, he sat with Mom on the same terrace. The fields were dark now, the lights of some transport sailing overhead, green and yellow. Light shone through the house door, the only light on the terrace. Every few seconds a soft plaintive note sounded, some insect Reet had never learned the name of. You mustn't mind Nana, said Mom. It's just how he is. He apologized, said Reet. Oh, good. She seemed relieved. I couldn't believe it. He hadn't come to visit us in so long and he comes out with that first thing. I know he's missed you, we all have, but... She hesitated. We miss you, but I'm glad you're at Rorusk Station and doing well. Reet felt a pang at the admission that Mom was happy to be rid of him. Not because I don't want you here, or because I don't want to see you more often. I do, we all do. But I think you're happier with some distance. It used to make me sad that somehow we failed you. But if you're doing well, if you're happy, then we haven't failed at all, have we? Reet had never been one of them. Never really wanted to be one of them. Except sometimes he had wanted to. He didn't like being in the middle of two mutually exclusive wants. The dissonance of his distress, unresolvable. So, this thing with Love-Hate Station. You know, said Mom, for years we looked for your family, or at least some idea of where you might have come from. All we got was some suggestion of places your family might have traveled through to get here, based on the route of the ship they found you on. Eventually, we gave up, and now it just falls in your lap. She gave a little laugh. And you get to have an interesting history without any of your annoying people to go with it. Well, there's still the siblings of Ikipu. He stopped. I was really rude to the people who came to tell me. It was just after a long day at work and the consultant was insulting, and the ruder I got, Mr. Nutkal, that's the person from the siblings of Ikipu, just kept laughing and saying I was obviously a Shan. But they've only got stories about the Shans, and those stories are distressing. You don't have to claim the family, you know. In fact, it might be better if you don't. It wouldn't surprise me if plenty of other people over the centuries have tried to claim it, if only for the fun of being feted by people like your siblings of Ikipu. Do you want some more coffee? No. With the time difference, I'll never get to sleep. They were silent a while. The insect continued to sing, and others joined it. The sky overhead was dark and quiet. Mom said, those stories, you know, when people have power, they can do terrible things. But also, people who hate them can twist things around or exaggerate and make them sound worse than they are. If there aren't any other Shans, then you can take the stories or leave them as you like. It was difficult to leave these stories. Difficult for Reet to forget Mr. Nutkal's delighted certainty that Reet was a Shan. Supposedly, the Shans marked themselves in some way, They did some sort of gene molding to themselves. At least that's what the stories say. And I don't know, that might explain why my DNA is so different from anyone else's that we know of, but... He fell silent. Nala would have said the next part out loud. Mum understood without him saying. You know, your genes aren't your destiny. You in particular. You have what you have, whatever you were born with, but you get to decide what to do with that. There's nobody telling you what those genes mean, what they're supposed to make you. Except the siblings of Hikipu, said Reet bitterly. What do they tell you it means to be a Shan? It meant Reet was rude, arrogant, a cannibal, a torturer. I guess I don't know. I haven't talked to them yet. He'd come here first, because... Why? He wasn't sure. To sit here and have this conversation with Mom, to get his foster parents' approval. You don't have to, if you don't want to, said Mom. You know you could always choose a family name for yourself. In the dark, Reet waved that possibility away. A different one, I mean. How are things? Asked Reet. I mean, I hear people talk, I hear the news, but... We're doing alright, said Mom. We're lucky. Every now and then one of the neighbors would tell us how we're some of those good cheerer. Not like those other ones they've heard about, but mostly people don't realize until they hear our name. She was silent a moment. It might be easier for you with a different family name. But this was the only family Reet had, no matter how ambivalent he felt about that. No, I'm doing fine. But what the fuck are they thinking? Why the fuck are they bothering with me? Why the ever-loving fuck do they want a real Shan? I think that last one is a good question, said Mom, and I think you should get the answer to it as soon as possible. I should have asked. He just wanted to be away from that consultant, from Mr. Natkal. You were taken by surprise, but Reet, be careful. Maybe it's nothing but nostalgia for these people, or maybe it's like Nana says, they'll just want you to run their club, but you know things are unsettled in Karaxane, and someone looking for heirs to old authority might well be involved in things you wouldn't want to get mixed up in. What? They want me to lead a revolution against the Fen? The idea struck Reet as ridiculous. Maybe, said Mom. Then again, they're just as likely to be nothing more than a social club, but watch yourself. I won't tell you to stay away from any causes. You'll have to make your own choices, but be careful. I know, Mom. You've said this to every one of my sips so far. There's a reason for that, said Mom. Foreign affairs is always keeping an eye on political activity by certain groups. You can be sure they have plans in nearly every cultural social club in this system. Although most people around here wouldn't be suspicious of Hikipi. Not on Rurusk either. Still. Mom reached out and ruffled his hair in the dark, a gesture that both annoyed Reet and pleased him. It's your turn for the talk, and I never thought it would be. Just be careful, and no matter what, you don't have to be what they want you to be. But what if I am anyway? He thought. Mom rose and held her hand out to him. You've had a long day. We can talk more about this tomorrow, if you want. He took her hand, feeling like he was a sulking 6-year-old, which told him he was too tired to continue this conversation. Mom was right as usual, so he stood and followed her inside. Qven. None of us had names. Names were a thing we had to learn about when we reached the edges. They're really just words. just a way to talk about things. But they're fixed in a way that was terribly unfamiliar to us new edges, and it took some time before we understood the idea. Like human language itself, actually, which gave everything names and put all those names in fixed arrays of things that belong together, even if you couldn't see how they did. Actually, though it took me time to understand enough for the teachers to be satisfied, I was pretty good at names and categories. When I'd been at Edge long enough to be comfortable in lessons, some adults visited us. They stayed at a safe distance, of course, because no one with any kind of sense spends much time very near children, and edges are their own particular danger. And from their safe distance, they watched us sit in chairs and drink hot liquid out of porcelain bowls and say inexplicable things. "Good morning. How are you? I am fine. Perhaps we will have a walk today. The lilies are blooming in the pond. They are very pretty. Would you like more tea?" "Thank you, yes." After a while, one of the adults called the teacher over, and then the teacher beckoned me. "You're doing well," said the adult to me in human language. "Thank you." I hesitated over the courtesy title. "Thank you, adult." "Translator," corrected the teacher. "Thank you, translator," I said. The adult smiled. "It won't be long," they said. "No, I don't think it will be long at all. Are you eager for it? To grow up and begin your work?" "I suppose," I replied. "I hardly think about it. I have so much to learn right here." They nodded. "Of course, and there will be more to learn once you've matured, much more. But I think you learn quickly. It's no surprise, really. The Clade that produced you has always been among our best." Their tone suggested to me that they shared that Clade with me, though such relationships weren't supposed to matter to us. "I'm glad to see that you live up to expectations." "Thank you, translator," I said again. "I'm working hard." "Continue to do so." They gave a human bow. "Goodbye. It was nice to meet you." "Goodbye, translator. It's been an honor." Maybe a little too formal, but I thought the translator appreciated it. "They're already thinking of a match for you," said the teacher when the translator had gone. "I'm sure of it. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if they'd begun sorting possible matches the moment you reach the edges alive." For some reason, this made me feel slightly sick to my stomach. "Oh, do you think so?" He was still speaking human language, of course, because it was still lesson time. "Don't worry." Some of my discomfiture must have shown on my face, because the teacher's tone was warm and comforting, in a way that reminded me of when I'd been a little. "Your match will be an excellent one. Given how well you're doing and your Clade, they'll take very good care of you." Was that a trace of bitterness in the teacher's voice? Perhaps it was my slowly subsiding nausea that made me think such a thing. He'd never thought much about a teacher's feelings before. "I'm sure you're right, teacher," I said. "Be careful around the other edges," the teacher said. "I think the translator is right. It won't be long, and the others don't necessarily have your prospects. Any of them that realize it might try to attach themselves to you in a way that would make it possible for them to share those prospects. Do you follow me?" "Yes, teacher." And I thought I did, though really, I didn't quite. "Good." The teacher nodded. "Let's return to the lesson." And, walking back to the other edges in the chairs with their bowls of tea, "Oh dear, I think that's the Presger loss alarm. What shall we do?" "Stay clear of the section doors," we chorused, and the rest of the lesson time was unremarkable. It was something we whispered about sometimes, when there were no teachers around, the prospect of our matches. We knew very little of how or when it would happen, beyond the fact that we might well be matched with one of our fellow edges, but that was by no means a given. Any of us might be matched to anyone, even to several anyones. You might even be matched with adults who were already matched. But what would it be like? Would it be like eating someone? Or like being eaten? And that, I suppose, was the source of my nausea. I'd eaten a fair few others before I'd come to the edges. Truth be told, I'd eaten some after, though we weren't supposed to. There had never been much in the way of consequences for it. Those recent others, they hadn't been like me though. Had they? I'd never thought much, as a little or a small or even a middle, about what I was eating when I ate one of my fellows. It was different now. Not because there was more or less to a middle than there was to an edge, no. That was about the same, except the edges knew more things. And sometimes some of that came along when I ate. Never the whole of what it was, but feelings and thoughts that might drift up while I was eating, or for a while after. It was part of the flavor of eating someone, and for the first time I thought about the possibilities that I might be eaten, what I might taste like. I considered the bits of an edge who'd been in training as a teacher, who a group of us had eaten not long before. They were different from, the same as me, in a way familiar since I'd been small. Being matched couldn't be that different, could it? The teachers said it was different. They said it wasn't the same thing at all. That when we matched, it wouldn't just be fragments inside someone or them inside us. That they said we would be whole, part of a greater being. It was a beautiful thing, wonderful beyond description. That I could now wondering how that could be, how in an event that sounded a good deal like being eaten, I wouldn't just be someone's very large, formal meal. Understand, I'm not talking about doing sex. A lot of us start doing sex in the middles, though some never do any. Just don't want to, I suppose. The teachers told us that we did sex because we were partly human, and some humans like it better than others, and some don't like it at all. Which makes sense. I mean, not everyone likes everything the same, but the teachers also warned us that humans often talk about doing sex in a way that makes it sound like matching, which it's not at all. Lots of us edges had done sex, but none of us had ever matched. If we were even close to being able to, the teachers would have done their best to try to whisk us away before any of the other edges even realized. They didn't always manage it. There was a human-styled garden we were encouraged to spend time in, with plants and pathways. Some of the plants had bright flowers, red and blue and orange and yellow among the everywhere greens of the leaves. It's very colourful and smells strange, and the edges are encouraged to spend time there, to act like humans and sit on the benches and stick our noses in the flowers and comment on how lovely and isn't the weather fine, and, very importantly, to not eat the little orange fish that live in the pond in the very center of the garden. This was a recent arrival, the teachers told us, and a testament to the way the adults were always adding to our lessons as time went by. The teachers were very proud of that little pond, its lily pads and its little orange fish. Of course, we'd all eaten at least one fish just to see, but not when a teacher might be around. The garden also offered enclosed spaces. Arched branches, vine-woven trellises, and even, if you were truly determined to have privacy, tall bushy plants with branches that rose up and then dipped down to the ground, leaving a leaf-shrouded opening all around their center. Most edges crawl underneath one once, but not after that, because the teachers get upset if you get your human clothes dirty or torn. I don't know why. They clean and repair themselves after a while, even if you rip them to shreds. But who can say why teachers do what they do anyway? We mostly left the underside of the big bushes alone, but once, some of us found something horrible underneath one. It was a big, pulsing mound of flesh, streaked and wrapped with blood vessels. Every now and then it would wiggle or shiver or open some previously invisible orifice and gasp or sigh. Normally, a strange creature with an unknown inside to be investigated would make me hungry, but this? I didn't understand why, but this made me dreadfully sick to my stomach. It was wrong. It shouldn't be here. The other edges around me stared fascinated, and before long a teacher came by to investigate. When the teacher saw what it was, they screamed, a high piercing shriek that made all of us cover our ears, and more teachers came and ordered us away back to our rooms, not to come out until authorized. "They matched," said the edge nearest me as he walked swiftly back to our rooms. They said it quietly, as though it was essential they not be overheard. They must have hidden it, that they were ready. Or one was ready and the other wasn't. "Stupid," whispered another nearby edge. "So stupid to do that, and dangerous." "They should tell us," said yet another. "I was ready to eat them, all those blood vessels, everything underneath." "Stop," hissed the first edge urgently. "You'll get us all in trouble." At the next lesson, the teacher called aside those of us who had found the thing, the almost adult, I suppose, since whoever it had been definitely weren't edges anymore. "I'm sorry you had to see that. Tell me, how did you feel when you found it?" They didn't need to say what it was. "Hungry," was how the others answered, but I hadn't been hungry. I had been sick, and I spent the time in my room afterward thinking, horrified, is that what matching is? Is that what it's like? It was horrifying. Even knowing that adults like the teachers and the translator who complimented me had gone through that and come out fine. It was normal, it was expected, it was nothing to be afraid of, but I didn't want to be a thing like that, all covered in bare muscle and veins that others would look at with hunger. I didn't. And I realized too very suddenly why I might not have been as hungry as the other edges. They would take me away. They would take me from the edges and make me match. I just couldn't. So, "Hungry," I said, along with everyone else, and the teacher nodded, satisfied, and sent us back to our lessons. Normally, I went to sit in the garden after lessons. The teachers liked that. They liked it especially if you asked them for dishes and tea and little cakes and laid them out on the furniture in the garden and sat with the other edges and pretended to be humans having a tea party. Humans didn't do much of anything without having tea at some point in the process, and it was important to practice. And practicing outside of lessons demonstrated our suitability. Now I look back, no doubt cast a favorable light on the abilities of the teachers. At any rate, I knew that it would be wise to do a tea party to show things were still the way they had been before. But things weren't the way they had been before, and I didn't want to sit on a chair next to a table and ask the other edges how they were and comment on the flavors of the cakes. I wanted to sit somewhere alone and try to understand what was happening. But I'd never done anything like that before, and maybe that would make the teachers wonder about me. But it turned out that some other edge did a tea party, so I could go up to the table by the pond and take a cake and a bowl of tea and say some things. It helped to have an interest. It didn't matter what, so long as it gave you something to talk about. Fortunately, I dropped the topic of skin and blood a while back. I now conversed about shapes, which had the benefit of not being a direct reminder of what we'd recently found in the garden, and also being a difficult, very human concept that would win the approval of the teachers. At cake, a few comments about circles and squares, and I could take my bowl of tea and wander as if enraptured by a leaf here and a flower there to a seat at a careful distance from the party. I sipped tea. I put my nose by a flower and inhaled and smiled. I sipped more tea, and all the while I thought. Thinking wasn't going to do me any good, though. I was trapped. There was nowhere to go. Delay it as long as I might, a match would overtake me. My body would do what it was made to do. There was no avoiding it, or so I understood. Even if there were, it meant failing. It meant never serving your purpose. And my purpose, the purpose of all the edges here in this garden, was the highest there was. None of us would exist if there wasn't a need to talk to humans. So we were the best, the most important. If we failed at that, what would that mean? The others whispered about it sometimes. Though not all the ones who had disappeared along the way had been opened up too many times or eaten. That some of those who disappeared had failed somehow, been taken away to some entirely other place, maybe even being disposed of. That if you messed up badly enough, it would happen to you too. Some of the other edges seemed to enjoy whispering about it. I suppose they got some sort of pleasure out of imagining it. But I never had. It wasn't something I needed to worry about. After all, it was hardly likely that I'd ever fail, let alone that badly. But here I was, failing. I should have spoken up. Should have gone from the edges the moment I realized. And yet, I didn't think it was enough of a failure to get me sent to wherever the failed ones went. Was it? So no matter what I did right now, no matter how I tried to delay, one way or another a match would be my fate. The thought filled me with horror. Another edge came to sit beside me and smile at a flower. "How do you do?" they said. "I'm Sam. It's such a pleasure to meet you." Of course I'd met them before, but as the teachers always say, practice makes perfect. The funny thing about having a name is that you begin to think of yourself as a solid thing that continues to exist, instead of just a stream of experiences. And things around you too seem to become more solid and durable. So once the teachers had assigned us names, the edges around me, some of whom had been tinies and littlies and smalls with me, gradually took on definition and solidity. Before I learned human language, I would have been able to talk about what happened next, but it would have come across very differently. I wouldn't have been able to say so surely just who. There was no who before we learnt it in lessons. They were just who it was, who then put their nose by a flower, and without looking at me, said very quietly, "They aren't telling us everything, you know." I took a sip of tea. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean." "An adult from my Clade came to visit," they said, still quietly. "You know, we whisper sometimes about who we might match with." "What an improper thing to say," I replied. They gave a little snort. "I suppose you don't. Well, anyway, the truth is, some of us are going to be matched to existing adults. A few of us might pair with each other. They like to have new blood now and again. And somebody has to replace the adequate translators, the mediocre ones, when they die. The important ones, though, they get to keep going. They just add new edges whenever they need to, and of course they only take the best. You, for instance. The teachers dote on you. You've been protected from the moment you slid into the world, because your entire purpose is to match with some important adult in your Clade. You know that, right? It's probably translator Dla came to visit you that time. I began to frown, wiped it away with a smile and a gesture toward a long arching leaf. I was filled with dread. "How do you know what Clade I am? They don't tell us that sort of thing." Sam laughed. "Sure, all right, but this is what I'm here to tell you. All the things that teachers say about merging with someone else and becoming whole, it's lies. It's lies for you anyway. You'll match with translator Gla, but it'll essentially be them eating you. It's not like someone important is going to give up anything they are to some barely educated edge. Barely educated? I was too indignant now, too horrified to pretend to be calm. I'm the best in the lessons. Oh, of course you are, Sam said. But you have no idea what it's like once we leave here. There's so much. Away from here is huge, it's endless, and there's more to the rest of the universe than being eaten so translator Gla can keep on going uninterrupted. And I know how to leave here without being caught. It's been done before. I was silent, thinking. Sam sat silent beside me, every now and then sipping tea. I don't believe you, I said after a few minutes. It doesn't matter what Clade anyone is, it's all a question of how suitable you are. Then why are there Clades at all? This question had never occurred to me. They keep track of how many embryos from which Clade turn out to be useful or successful, and how many fail. It's supposed to just be about planning efficiently, but it didn't take long for it to be a way for the most influential translators to increase their hold on their high status. And your Clade is high status. As high as it gets. You were never anything but another credit to add to your Clade stack, and likely translated Gla's ticket to a few more centuries of life. I don't believe you, I repeated, but there was a horrible fear in my gut, because I was beginning to believe it. And I saw again in my memory the quivering, pulsing thing we'd found in the garden not that long ago. I know the way out. It's been used before. If it's been used before, they certainly know about it. As soon as I said it, I realized that I shouldn't have. I'd stepped over the edge of something and might not be able to come back from it. And how do you know all this, if this is true? What do you get out of telling me? I told you. I've been talking with an adult from my Clade. There are rivalries between the adults, between the Clades, and mine would love the chance to give yours a little trouble, put a smudge on that sterling reputation. I would only increase my status in my own Clade to participate in that. They shrugged. I admit I profit from it, if you do believe me, but it's no problem for me if you don't. They took a final sip from their bowl of tea, rose and smiled. Such a lovely party, but I must go. Enae, passenger liner, aristocrat, a vacuum. The first system on Enae's trip was 3 weeks from saneness. At first, she was bored. She had no duties on the ship, and there was nothing to do but sleep, eat, read, watch entertainments, shop. Qven had been right. There were a ridiculous number of shops on the intersystem liner, or chat with other passengers. She found herself waking early from habit, leaving her tiny berth and breakfasting alone, the dining room echoing empty except for the service bots and a few other early birds like Enae. Then, having eaten, she would walk the decks and think. There was plenty of time to think. It always started well enough. She would think about the breakfast, about some strange or striking dreams he had had the night before, about the other passengers she had met so far and their various life histories, at least as they'd presented them, sometimes at length, to Enae. Qven had insisted that this job was entirely a matter of checking in at particular systems and occasionally sending a message back that she had met with this or that official and hadn't found anything, which had seemed perfect before Enae left saneness. But now she realized that it would be weeks and months of this, of nothing in particular to do, and no reason to even get out of bed besides habit. And on the one hand, it was refreshing. She'd always had some sort of work to do at home, and even when she rested, there was the prospect of more work when she got up. Not particularly strenuous work, not usually, but still, she'd always thought it would be delightful to just sit around, watching entertainments or going shopping or sipping coffee with a whole day ahead of her. And now she had it. and well, it was delightful. She could walk up and down and look at the beautiful things in the shops. There was a wide blue shawl hand-embroidered with red and yellow and green silk and beads in a sinuous pattern she'd never seen before that she always stopped to admire, and eat whenever she wanted and sleep whenever she wanted, and there was no one here to tell her to do anything at all. Grandmaman would have had stern words for her right now, but grandmaman wasn't here. That thought led nowhere good. It led to memories of the worst times with grandmaman, of dealing with the aunts and uncles and cousins, of feeling trapped and worthless, but not so worthless that grandmaman could do without here. When she had begun to realize all the time she could have just left, walked away. Not that it would have been easy, but she could have done it long ago. What was wrong with her? She'd loved grandmaman, and now she was dead. She felt free of some pressing weight she'd never noticed. She had hated grandmaman, and had been too weak, too cowardly to leave and strike out on her own, and even thinking that thought filled her with grief and guilt. This state of emotional affairs was untenable. Fortunately, this was the point at which usually other passengers began to come out on their own walks and might call Enae over to have coffee and listen to them tell her again the whole story of their love affairs or careers or the plots of the last entertainment they'd hated. Enae was a very good listener. After a week of this, it occurred to Enae that she might as well still be trapped at home. She was doing exactly what she had always done, obediently following the path someone else had set out for her, and not even trying to do anything different. And she could do something different, something small, or maybe... She felt dizzy all of a sudden. She could do anything she wanted. She could send her resignation to Qven and just live on her allowance. Of course, she didn't want to disappoint Qven. She liked Qven a good deal, but Qven had been very clear about Enae having choices from the very start. Enae had choices. She wasn't used to having choices. What did you do with so many choices in front of you? Anything I want, she thought. What did she want? She wanted that shawl. Even though it was frivolous, pointless, she had no prospect of an occasion special enough to justify wearing it. Grandmaman was gone. She stopped in the still empty spaces of the early morning deck, mind blank with trepidation at what she was about to do. Then she turned, went to the shopping arcade, and bought the shawl, and just because it was there and beautiful in the same colors as the shawl, a jeweled comb. She tried not to think as he settled the shawl around his shoulders and slid the comb into her hair, just above the single braids he wore, about how much this purchase cost, what percentage of grandmaman's housekeeping budget that number was, about how ridiculous it was to wear this bright, beautiful thing for a lonely morning walk. 2 hours later, one of her fellow passengers invited her to the day's coffee and life story session and said, when she sat down, "That shawl is lovely on you, dear. You should wear it every day." That afternoon, emboldened, Enae made a reservation for a massage and a mineral pack at the spa. And the next day, lying there in the warm, scented sand, a cool cloth over her eyes, soaked in some pleasant, astringent, soothing music in her ears, she realized that she had choices about this job, too. She didn't have to make it just about traveling around and occasionally meeting with some official here or there. She could actually try to find this person, this fugitive. Maybe she would fail, likely she would, but as lovely as it was to relax like this, oh, it was lovely. Enae was used to working, and it was important to her to have done her best whatever it was she was doing. So in the mornings, she put on her beautiful shawl and had breakfast and walked, and after an hour or so of coffee with various acquaintances, she went to her room and reread the files and began to make plans. When the ship docked at Sixewa, there was a message waiting for her from Qven. It was chatty and pointless, the kind of thing that Enae thought you might send just to keep in touch with a friend. Were she and Qven friends? Should Enae reply? How should Enae reply? Business first. She composed an official report for Qven's office, notifying here that Enae wasn't stopping to investigate in Sixewa, and then, with much deleting and rewriting, she wrote a short, hopefully cheerful note about her trip so far, about how lovely the spa had been, and about her new embroidered shawl, and then she booked passage to Keroxane. Enae didn't know what to expect from Keroxane. The only examples he had to go by was her brief stay on the station in Sixewa, waiting for the next ship. That had been a matter of a few questions and a check of her credentials. She knew from her reading on the way that the gate into Keroxane was controlled by the Qven, and that the Qven had ongoing difficulties with an ethnic group called the Hikipi, and all the advice he came across warned travelers not to take the entry officials lightly, to be as polite as possible, and have all one's identifications and credentials and such in order. There were more soldiers than she'd expected, all of them obviously armed and ready to use those prominently displayed weapons. Getting out of the transit center would certainly have been more difficult if Enae hadn't already made an appointment with a Qvenish official. Proof of that appointment, plus their diplomatic credentials, changed a session of close questioning to a polite and friendly "Welcome and enjoy your stay, Mix Astor." And the day or two she had to wait until her appointment with Deputy Envoy Buren were very like her passage through the transit station. Everything seemed more or less fine. It was lovely to be on a planet again, interesting to be in a large city full of people walking here and there, and with interesting buildings to look at, just the occasional armed and armored soldier to remind her that she had read all sorts of warnings about traveling in Qvenish space. So the day of the appointment, Enae was in fact quite unworried, even relaxed. She'd worked out how to use the public trams the day before, knew where she was going, and was only slightly puzzled when, coming up to the wide avenue in front of the large official building she was headed for, she saw people lying in the road. At least 24, maybe more, stretched out in neat, even rows, as though they were asleep or dead. In some places, along the rows, there was a doll or some other child's toy instead of a person. Instead of a body? Enae thought, though as she approached, it became clear that the people lying in the road were alive. The people who had gotten off the tram along with Enae had disappeared, off to wherever they were going, and Enae saw that while some people were standing at a distance, staring or whispering to companions, some walkers turned and went in another direction as soon as they saw the people lying in the avenue. Enae went around the supine people and toward the building where her appointment was, watching, trying to understand what this could be. Was it religious? Something else? Her eyes were strangely drawn to the places where toys took the place of a body. A soldier stepped in front of her, drawn up tall, authoritative and threatening, and said something sharp to her. She froze at first in fear and startlement. The soldier said something again, or maybe the same thing. Enae couldn't tell. "I don't understand you," she said in Redja'i, the only language she knew that had a chance of being understood here. The next thing Enae knew, she was face down on the pavement, dirt and grit in her mouth, her nose and cheek in pain. "What did I do?" she wanted to say, and felt tears well. Someone was yelling at her. The soldier, she thought, and more voices spoke, excited and angry. Her arms were yanked painfully behind her, and she was pulled to her feet. Some of the people lying on the ground had turned their heads to watch, but none of them moved from their places. The soldier dragged her, limping, to a transport, thrust her in and closed the door. She collapsed onto the floor and cried in earnest. What had she gotten herself into? She had no idea what she'd stepped into the middle of, beyond a vague impression of various grievances against the Qven in this system. She couldn't help but remember that moment when she'd realized she could do anything she wanted. Well, she'd done what she wanted and she'd ended up here, locked into the back of some sort of truck, bruised and aching and crying. She whimpered, and the sound of it, of the pitiful misery of her own voice, brought her partway back to his senses. Why was her hand held? Her bag? The soldier must have taken her things. All right then, so what did one do in a situation like this? Wait. There was nothing else to do. At some point, someone would realize that Enae hadn't done anything, wasn't any part of whatever was going on here, and would let her go. It took a whole day, including a trip to some sort of holding facility, and increasingly threatening incomprehensible tirades from various people, until finally, someone who spoke Reet came and returned her bag and her handheld, with a lecture about keeping her wits about her while traveling, and turned her out in the middle of the night onto an unfamiliar street, a whole town over from where she'd started. Deputy Envoy Buren, when Enae met with her, actually apologized. I'm so very sorry. There's been, of course you don't speak Finnish, so none of the news feeds will make sense to you. There was an incident in Hikipi space a few days ago. Soldiers fired on some rioters and some people were killed. Agitators are doing everything they can to make the rioters look sympathetic, but honestly, who brings their children to something like that? The people lying in the avenue. The toys. Enae's face ached with the memory of hitting the pavement. As a corrective, it healed all the damage during the night before. A strange sort of calm had descended on her once he'd gotten back to her lodgings, and it still held her now. What was it about? The riot, I mean? Deputy Envoy Buren sighed. What are those things ever about? But that area has been unsettled for a while, and the conclave is only making things worse. The district director had ordered a suspension of certain legal rights to make it easier to deal with saboteurs and bombers. The incident started as a protest against the suspension of rights and ended as a riot. The people lying on the road were representing the people who died, said Enae, taking the sweet, milky hot drink the deputy envoy offered. The toys were for the children. It was a peaceful protest, said Deputy Envoy Buren, with regret in her voice. But you never know how long that peaceful will last. The soldier who arrested you doesn't speak of that Chai, and when you walked right up to the building and then wouldn't answer in Finnish, she assumed you were speaking Hikipi, which is illegal. Enae blinked, trying to understand that. Illegal to speak Hikipi. She frowned, thought about pursuing that, and decided not to. What does the conclave have to do with it? Many of the Hikipi, even some of the better educated ones, believe the Presger don't actually exist. That seemed ludicrous to Enae, who had seen recordings of ships that had encountered Presger before the treaty. Hulls torn open, whole vessels turned to floating bits of scrap, and the humans that had been on those ships. At first it was difficult to tell there had been humans at all, but then, when she looked closer, she'd seen the blood and other things, smeared all over the remains of decks and bulkheads, all floating, frozen, bodies messily disassembled and scattered everywhere. No weapon, no strategy, nothing could stop the Presger from doing whatever they wanted. And as humans had come closer and closer to wherever the Presger hunted, more and more ships and even whole stations had been destroyed, their inhabitants torn apart. And eventually it became clear that wherever the Presger hunted was anywhere the Presger liked. Only the treaty kept them from killing any or every human they met. She shivered, thinking of it now. I read a little about the history of the system on my way here, but I never expected that. I know, said Buren. It's not sane, but they are convinced that the Presger are a Finnish hoax. But how can they be a hoax And it was the Ratchet who negotiated the treaty. Why would the Fenish be involved at all? Buren raised both hands, a gesture of helpless surrender. I know, but you have to understand, they still hold a grudge over security restrictions from before the treaty was finalized. They believe those restrictions were used as an excuse for the Fen to take control of whole stations, and they led to the arrest and even execution of quite a lot of Hikipi, and they're not entirely wrong. I'm sympathetic, really, but it was all meant to protect us, not just the Fen, but the Hikipi too, and everyone else in the system. Enae couldn't help but remember those toys in the avenue, herself being flung painfully to the ground. The treaty was finalized nearly 1,000 years ago, she pointed out. That's an awfully long time to hold a grudge. That's the Hikipi for you, exclaimed Buren, half-educated, barely speak Finnish, no idea of anything beyond their home stations, but they claim they remember their ancestors back 100 generations. Somehow it turns out they're all of them descended from one or another zone autark, so they're all royalty, which is a whole headache in itself. Every now and then, someone rallies a faction behind themselves by claiming to be the direct heir to one of those autarks. But the zones all had their own rivalries, which of course the Hikipi all remember, so they can't ever get more than partial support, and they end up fighting each other as much as us. Still, it's always a terrible mess. You'll probably know about that if you've been reading up. Enae gestured her acknowledgement. No one's ever claimed to be the heir to the sovereign autarks. Buren shuddered. Chenna forbid. I'm not glad Lovehead Station was destroyed. You understand the loss of life was horrific, but at least no one knows what the heir to any of the sovereign autarks might look like, genetically speaking. Can you imagine if the Hikipi managed to produce a son? Doesn't bear thinking on. She waved that away. But that's not why you are here. No. She explained then about the fugitive she was trying to find, perhaps pointlessly. I thought, she explained, after looking at all the possible routes this fugitive might have taken from Presger space, or at least the Treaty Administration Facility, which is the only real starting point I have, they might have come through Caroxane. Things were chaotic here 200 years ago. I wondered if they might not have been able to pass through the system undetected somehow, and I was wondering if there might be some way to track them down? She ended hopefully. Buren sighed. Maybe. I don't think there's any way to search the travel records from 200 years ago that will give you any answer different from the one we gave the Rapture Eye Translator's office at the time. Because of course they were here, and of course we told them we couldn't find the person they were looking for, but there still is, a lot of smuggling in the system. At the time, there were people being smuggled out of the system, mostly Hikipi fugitives who couldn't get legitimate transportation. If I wanted to go through Caroxane without anyone knowing where I'd gone, that's how I'd have done it. Oh, that was potentially useful. So, where did those fugitives go, mostly? You'll probably want to start with the Osen system. There's a significant community of Hikipi there. Buren made a face. The smugglers still run. They bring money and weapons back and forth from Zeosen to Caroxane. If your fugitive left Caroxane, they might well have gone there. You'll want to ask about official entrance records, which in Zeosen are extensive, or maybe even try one or two of the Hikipi social clubs and ask about family histories. They're big on that. It's a long shot, but maybe someone will have a story of someone they traveled with, possibly. It might give you a starting place for a search of Zeoseni records anyway. But don't give the Hikipi there any money. If they ask you for a contribution for the support of widows and orphans, or the promotion of Hikipi culture, or even a contribution to a visiting poet or singer, which they're also big on, just don't. The money will come straight back here, or the weapons it bought will, in any event. Thank you. I think I'll go to Zeosen next then. This seemed to please Buren a great deal. Excellent. In the meantime, I do so regret the earlier misunderstanding. Why not take some time to relax? Let's see. She frowned, looking something up via her implants. Enae supposed. The next suitable passage to the ocean isn't for another week's stay, and your lodging at our expense, of course. Maybe see the sights. We have a fabulous museum with art and artifacts from all over the system. Thank you, said Enae again. I think I'll do that. Reet, Rurusk Station, Sovereign Territory of Zeosen. The siblings of Hikipu met in one of Rurusk Station's common parlors, wide for a station rooms that sat open unless someone had booked them through the Civic Activities Office. This room had a faded painting of Saint Carapace on the back wall, her arms outstretched in blessing, gods and angels arrayed in an arch over her head. Under one foot lay a defeated demon, who aside from the fangs, had lank blue hair and a level in one clawed hand, stereotypical associations with the Chira. Reet thought of his parents, and wished the siblings of Hikipu had covered Saint Carapace with their grimy plastic banner. But the very idea would likely have made the membership indignant and suspicious of Reet, Shan or not. As for that membership, Reet had always thought of Hikipi, to the extent that he'd thought about them at all, as a homogeneous bunch, all tall and skinny with pale frizzy hair, and Mr. Natkal had at least partly satisfied Reet's lazy expectations. But this gathering was as motley as any Reet had seen on Rurusk Station. He'd plenty of time to observe them as they crowded around, offering crumbly little cakes, a traditional Hikipi dish, the recipe passed down from ancestors who fled Love-Hate Station, and a drink that tasted like warm, watered-down milk with sugar in it. Natkal insisted he take the best of the grubby, raveling cushions they'd placed around the floor, and the other sat around Reet, gnawing the cakes and chattering, eager to tell Reet all the ways he could explore his Hikipi heritage. There were language lessons if he was interested, and there were works of history he could read or watch. They would all sing some songs later, and maybe even dance. Reet's joining them would be the occasion for a special meeting, which more of the membership and occasional visitors would surely attend. It was all very tiresome. It was exactly the sort of thing Reet despised, exactly the sort of gathering, if he was honest with himself, that tended to trigger unseemly fantasies of tearing other people apart with his teeth. And of course that was wrong and upsetting and uncomfortable. He thought of his foster sibs, most of whom had been encouraged to explore their heritage. They joined groups like this, looking with pitiful nostalgia towards some distant home that had never been theirs and never could be. Had they felt this vast gulf between themselves and the people telling them eagerly how much they belonged now? Or was it just Reet, who never belonged anywhere? Well, said Mr. Natkal, to business. He wiped the crumbs off his shirt. We're always open, Mr. Shan. He stopped a moment to enjoy having said that. We're always open with the hymn of Hikipu. In the Hikipi language, of course. You won't be familiar with it yet, but if you call up our information packet on your implants or your handheld, whichever you prefer, I believe you've already been given directions for it. You'll find the words and a translation, and you can follow along as we sing. Reet really wanted to get up and walk out. Of all the things he hadn't wanted to sit through, 24 indifferent singers stumbling through some musty old song was near the top of the list. And at first it was just as bad as he'd expected. The ragged start, the almost random assortment of starting pitches, even though one of their number had given one out for convenience. Thinking only to have some excuse for staring fixedly off into space, Reet pulled the translation onto the screen of his handheld. Oh, we're soldiers, soldiers of Hikipu. We've pledged our service to Love-Hate Station. Reet literally bit his lip to keep from swearing at how tedious it was. But then, we'll meet the Qven with guns, with knives, or tear their skin from off their bones with our teeth. And suddenly, Reet was interested. We'll carve their eyes from their heads, we'll pull their livers from their ribs. The song continued in that fascinating vein. Even the tune, as much as Reet could make it out through the less than virtuosic performance, was vaguely thrilling. It struck Reet somehow, somewhere just below his ribcage. "Ha, you feel it," exclaimed Nabkal when the song was done. "I can see you do." There was some business, dull as the dusty cakes. A report on the group's funds and how much had recently been raised to help the Hikipi still living in Karoxane. Whether the sign needed repair or replacement, then it was time for more singing. Some of the songs were what Reet had expected, nostalgic laments for the beauties of Love-Hate Station, now gone forever. But some are far more interesting. Narratives of feuds, fights, and murders. They thrilled Reet just as the hymn of Hikipu had. "You work in the pipeways?" asked someone as they drank the sweet, watered-down milk between songs. "You, the descendant of the ancient rulers of Love-Hate Station?" "I looked for qualifying work," Reet told her. "I do have some mech piloting certifications, and I did some agricultural work at home when I was young, but there were no places for me." The woman scoffed. "Ridiculous. We'll have to see what can be done about that." By the time the meeting broke up, Reet had engaged to take lessons in the Hikipi language, and several siblings had promised to try to find Reet a better job. And as he shut the door to his tiny quarters and sank down onto his bed beneath the Codex of Good Fortune, he realized that he had not once, all night, imagined himself eating any of the people in the room. Was it the songs? Was it that Reet had finally found the place where he belonged? He tried to reconcile that with the dull chatter, the fact that every single sibling of Hikipu had seemed eagerly glad to see him. He would go to the next meeting and see what happened. The better job did not immediately materialize, to Reet's profound unsurprise, but his more violent impulses did not return. Or when they did, they were faint and easy to dismiss. It was difficult not to connect this with his regular meeting attendance, though he was loath to test this by skipping one. He found himself looking forward to the meetings of the siblings of Hikipu, and even beginning to enjoy the little dust-dry cakes and the sweet milk. He could be brusque and abrupt in conversation, he might even just walk away when someone was talking to him, and they would smile and say he was surely a Shan. He didn't do this very often, to be sure, but his surprising pleasure in the meetings was tried now and then, and, school his patience as he might, as he had for years, he couldn't sit and listen to a few of the group's more tedious members. Yet instead of those tedious siblings of Hikipu declaring Reet to be rude and thoughtless and avoiding him, they still sought him out, or at least made allowances for him. But even more than the meetings, Reet enjoyed the language lessons. He learned easily, though Hikipi was a very different sort of language from the ones he'd grown up speaking. Its internal logic just seemed to fall neatly into place in Reet's mind, and the more he learned, the more he enjoyed it. He'd always thought his ability with languages was a matter of the underlying similarities, at least among the few he had learned, but this one was different, and it was strangely satisfying to study. Certainly the more he could read and listen with reasonable understanding, the more he understood that those songs of slaughtering and dismembering enemies had their parallel in stories and histories. Before long, he was looking for them without the direction of the teacher, and after his shifts in the pipeways, he would sit on his small bed under the stick-figure codex and puzzle through various pieces of literature he'd found. And eventually, the job presented itself. Mr. Nagpal came to Reet at one meeting, took him aside and said, Mr. Shan, I have a very important request to make. We will shortly, in the next month or so, be blessed with the presence of an eminent Hikipi poet and singer, and of course, we'll invite her to a meeting or two, but here's the thing. Whenever someone of her stature comes here, Foreign relations provides them with a liaison. Reet frowned. A foreign relations liaison? Why? Well, you'll see, explained Nat Carl. She is here from Keroxene, and of course she has, well, connections with the community of people invested in the preservation of Hitipi culture. Reet said nothing, still uncomprehending. Some of those people, Nat Carl continued, are somewhat militant. They have to be in Keroxene, you understand. Oh, Reet understood finally. They're worried she's here to raise money for weapons or something. They want someone to watch her and report where she goes and who she meets. Bluntly put, yes. And there's the question of the conclave. Everyone is being extra careful about issues surrounding the conclave, which, he grimaced, the less said about the better. Mr. Nat Carl, said Reet, gripped by a sudden suspicion. Are you one of those people who don't believe the Presger exist? Well, they don't. They were made up by the Eye, and the Qven, of course, use that to tighten their grip over the Ikipi. Of course, they don't exist. They're ridiculously, obviously fake. No one ever sees them except in old recordings. We can only see their translators, who look entirely human. It's ridiculous. This conclave has everything to do with the Eye strategies to keep their power, and nothing else. And of course, the Qven will be happy to use it to kill more Hikipi. Mark my words. There was a brief, awkward pause. Laughter from the knot of people behind them at some joke Reet had barely heard. Well, said Mr. Nat Carl, my point is, we have a visiting artist traveling to perform for those of us who appreciate her and to spread knowledge of Hikipi culture generally. She has nothing to do with any of this political nonsense, but foreign affairs insist on a liaison. Of course, we would prefer such a liaison to be knowledgeable about Hikipi culture and sympathetic. It would only be a temporary position, but it might get your foot in the door, so to speak, for something more permanent later. It's qualifying then? Mr. Nat Carl gestured assent. And if you don't have another assignment immediately after, well, you'll have the usual grace period to find more qualifying work. So at the worst, it's a few months vacation from the pipeways. Assuming Reet was assigned to the pipeways again, there were worse government-assigned jobs. And what would a job with foreign affairs involve, even a temporary one? The idea that foreign affairs might suspect the most innocent person of smuggling money or arms was entirely familiar to Reet, who'd watched his parents live their lives exercising almost ridiculous caution to avoid even the faintest suggestion that they might be supporting militant Chura causes elsewhere, and who still were occasionally investigated or otherwise inconvenienced. And there was the talk that all his sips had gotten, that he finally had received himself. Be wary of getting involved with causes. But this wasn't getting involved in a cause, was it? This wasn't getting on the wrong side of foreign affairs. It would be working for foreign affairs. For a bit, anyway. But was it worth losing the dull but steady place Reet had made for himself in the pipeways? And then Mr. Nat Carl named the amount Reet would be paid for liaising. Enough to pay the year's sloth tax with some left over. It was hardly just a matter of a few months off. It was freedom for a year, and a chance at more. All right, he said. What do I need to do? In his quarters that night, he considered telling his supervisor in the pipeways that he wasn't coming in tomorrow, or the next day, but the foreign affairs job wasn't a certainty yet, surely. Mr. Nat Carl had only raised the possibility with him hours ago, and no doubt foreign affairs needed to clear Reet, approve of his taking the job, and whatever else agencies did to amuse themselves, and he might not be approved for the job. His parents had been under investigation more than once. He thought of messaging his parents. Reet squinted at numbers on his handheld. It was the early morning where they were. He could call them and let them know, give them the good bad news, tell them about the prospect of qualifying work that would pay well enough to keep them out of the pipeways for a year at least, and the unsettling likelihood that Foreign Affairs might be looking closely into Reet's background and associates. Not that there was anything to find in his parents' lives, as had been proved over and over, but authorities had a way of finding problems where there weren't any, when it suited them. And if anything bad resulted from that close attention, it would be Reet who'd brought it on. No, he couldn't talk to his parents just yet, even though he found he really wanted to. After all, none of it was a sure thing. Best not to say anything, to go into work as usual, to do all the things he would normally do if the possibility of something better hadn't sprung up at all. He was too keyed up to read Hikipi though, so he got out of his clothes, pulled the bed covers over himself, and fell asleep, watching an episode of Pirate Exiles of the Death Moons. Reet rarely dreamed, or he rarely remembered his dreams at any rate. He barely remembered this one, just a sensation of being wrapped in something brown and pink and warm, and whatever it was, he was melting into it, his skin dissolving as he watched. He woke to find himself covered in sweat. Sweat that, when he pulled away from the bed cover, proved to be streaky and viscous. It definitely wasn't right or normal, but the dream still clung to him, and he shivered with remains of that delicious feeling of merging into something else. Should he see a doctor? He knew better than to tell anyone about his weird feelings and impulses, but surely this wasn't right, but something that should be taken care of. His wake-up beeped. He would be late for work if he went to health affairs, which would be permissible if he was sick, but what would the consequences be for the foreign affairs job? He wanted that year off. He wanted the opportunity to find other qualifying work. And maybe this was just some passing thing. If it wasn't, he could go to health affairs later. And after all, what did some weirdly sticky sweat matter? It was already drying, leaving tiny dusty flakes behind on his skin. Maybe he'd just gotten overheated and there was something in the cover that had mixed with his sweat to make it like that. Maybe something had gone wrong with the extruder and he'd gotten a cover from an off batch when he'd recycled the old one and picked up the new one. Yeah, that was probably all it was. No reason to panic, no reason to be late to work. He dismissed the wake-up, grabbed his clothes, and headed for the nearest shower unit. Qven. After my conversation with Sam in the garden, I began asking more questions about the world outside, how humans lived, and where. The teachers were very pleased, as I'd intended they should be, and if Sam noticed my curiosity on matters that touched on our conversation, they gave no sign of it. He didn't approach me at all, but acted as though we had never spoken of anything more substantial than flowers or varieties of tea. Time happened, which is always difficult to talk about in human language. Humans talk about time like it's a circle. Humans talk about time like it's a line. Humans talk about time like it's marked in regular intervals that they make up in their minds and then use to define when things happen. But also, they use it to make things happen in particular ways. The teachers made us lie in our lying down furniture at certain intervals, and get up and drink tea at other intervals, and lessons were at regular places on the circle that went from lying down time to lying down time, and each of those circles was the same, only it wasn't. Each one had a different name that we recited in lessons, but still, I can't tell you how much time there was from that talk with Sam until I got myself into trouble. It was during lessons. We were all sitting on chairs and talking about very simple things. There had been a recent influx of new edges, and they were fidgeting and uncomfortable in their human clothes. They'd most of them managed by now to actually sit in a chair for the whole lesson, instead of sliding off partway through and squatting on the ground. But even so, us senior edges eyed them with a bit of complacent superiority, and perhaps a little nostalgia. Remember when you were just a middle, coming into the edges, no idea how to behave or what was coming? I found myself staring at the neck and cheek of one of the new edges, brown against the white of their human clothes. By now, of course, wanting to open someone up wasn't about curiosity. Not anymore. Not after all our lessons. By now, we all knew very well what we'd find underneath skin and fat and muscles, at least in general terms. By now, it was about reveling in the details, the tiny ways each body was both different and the same, and that had become delicious in its own right. But I didn't find myself wanting to bite, as I had so many times before. No, I wanted to lick. I wanted to lick that ear, where their dark hair was pulled back, to lick their neck and their cheek, to lick and lick. But it wasn't in a wanting to do sex kind of way, not at all, but something tickly and tingly in my throat, a strange indescribable flavour filled my mouth, and oh, I knew what this was. And I had to make myself look away, pretend that I was this very moment looking at some poor fool of a new edge and wanting to match. The teacher would see. They would take me away, and no, I didn't want to, but I could barely take my eyes off that ear, that cheek. A piercing shriek sounded, broke my trance stare. I looked down at my lap, ready to kill defensively just like I'd seen so many others do before they'd been opened or eaten, or both. The sound of that shriek shivered in my bones as though it would go right through me and tear me apart, and I clapped my hands over my ears, but still it cut into me. Any moment now, any moment, and the teacher would take me away and I would be lost. "Come on," someone shouted at me, pulling at my arm, dragging me up and out of the chair. And why fight? What good would it do? I followed. That it wasn't a teacher who had my arm. It was another edge, pulling me out of the lesson room. I turned back and saw the teacher confronting a different edge entirely, more teachers appearing around them in the way that teachers do sometimes. The edge was standing, shivering, choking it seemed, mouth agape, and just as I left the lesson room and the entrance sealed itself, I saw the edge vomit a thick, viscous white fluid. Stupid. Is the edge who had my arm? I assumed they were talking about me, but no. Stupid not to tell the teachers before it got to that point. Stupid to try and hide it. I couldn't answer. Couldn't speak. I was having trouble swallowing and couldn't get that vomiting edge out of my mind. "Don't worry," said the edge holding my arm. "We're safe now." After some time to calm down, I went to speak with Sam. I found them in the garden. There was no tea party. The teachers couldn't be found, so there was no tea and no cakes, and everyone was standing or sitting in various places, either silent or in small whispering groups, so no one noticed when Sam and I went off into the greenery to talk quietly. "Are you ready then?" they asked. "Let's go." "What? Right now? What better time? The teachers are all preoccupied. The sooner you can be on your way, the less likely they'll be to realize and stop you." They led me through the garden to a wall. An entrance gaped as we approached it. "How did you—" Normally, only teachers could open these entrances, and edges weren't allowed inside. "I told you," said Sam with a smug little smile. "I have help from adults in my Clade." Inside was a wide blue-tiled corridor that lit as we entered. The light followed us down the passage. Shelves set into the walls held various human things, plates and cups, tools for putting food into mouths, pans, and things for making fires, and sharp knives that had fascinated us all, and that the teachers were very, very careful not to leave us unsupervised with. Trowels and shovels and stakes for doing garden things. I remembered learning the words, remembered the teacher saying that was something we could do, but nobody did. "Yeah," said Sam, next to a shelf full of plant tending tools. "I need your help." They beckoned me closer, and when I approached, They shoved me hard against the shelf, stunning me, and pressed their body against mine, put their hands on my neck and began to lick and suck on my ear. "What are you doing?" I cried, but it came out a half moan, so the tickling, tingling feeling that had come back into my throat, and it was delicious. Oh! I felt sudden sweat bead on my skin. Sam grunted and only licked faster, and I said, "Stop." "Not likely," said Sam against my face. They shifted their grip on my neck, pulled their face back, but something came with it, white and thick, stretched in sticky strings between them and me. They put their hand to my cheek and pulled it away. More sticky stuff, and oh, I felt something exciting and wonderful still rising in my throat. "There's no stopping now." Their voice sounded strange and strangled. They put their hand on my neck again, and I felt it sink into me, as though my skin was fluid. I wanted it. I didn't want to stop. No, I wanted this feeling to keep going, to never stop. I didn't want this. Everything around me took on a hard-edged clarity. The broad glint of lights on the tiles, the dull brown curve of a pot's edge, the shine of a trowel blade, the brown-grained handle of a pruning knife. My hand on that handle, gripping tight, slashing and stabbing. Sam screaming and blood, so much blood, and they tried to take the knife from me, but I held onto it hard, and they could only do so much because one of their hands was stuck to my neck. I didn't like that. I wanted to cut it off, but everything was so clear to me right at that moment. I knew immediately if I did that, if I cut off Sam's hand, they would be able to move better, and they would take the knife away from me. So I stabbed them instead, over and over, in their neck and in their thorax, and I slashed their abdomen until they lay in their pooling blood on the blue-tiled floor, and I knelt beside them. I couldn't move very far, because their hand was still stuck to my neck. I decided then that it was a good time to cut them away from me, and so I had the blood-soaked pruning knife under my chin and was sawing and hacking at Sam's wrist when the teachers found me. Enae. Inter-System Transit Hub, Sovereign Territory of Zeosen. Entry into Zeosen system was both the most organized and the most chaotic thing Enae had ever experienced. All inter-system transport docked at one huge hub, a massive, city-sized conglomeration of docks, cargo handling and storage, and food shops. And lines. Lines everywhere, snaking around and across up and down ramps. Enae got off his ship, bag on one shoulder, portmanteau in the other hand, and was immediately herded into the first of the lines. There was one line for citizens of one particular Zeosen polity, there was another line for citizens of two others, there was a line for people who had visited a farm within the last 2 months, and another for people who were in the system for unfractious purposes, which even when she looked up the word, made no sense to hear. She waited in a line to be asked why she was visiting Zeosen. She waited in another line to have her luggage searched. In front of her, unlike Karoxane, extra security right now. Another line dweller said, behind here to their neighbor, the conclave and all. The neighbor, a person in dark grey tunic and wrapped trousers, in acknowledgement. The luggage searcher found nothing of note among Enae's dirty underclothes. If she'd realized there would be a search, she'd have made sure to do laundry before the ship docked, but oh well, and the searcher had surely seen worse. There was another line for people whose reasons for visiting needed verification of one sort or another. Enae resolved to say she was a tourist from here on out. A line to buy a handheld. Her own wouldn't work here. It was the wrong sort for this system's communications network. A line to buy food and drink. And then, finally, a line for the shuttle to Rurusk station. Enae had chosen Rurusk because it was fairly close to the transport hub and had a relatively large number of Hikipi immigrants. She wasn't sure how she would find anyone who knew something about people who might have come here from Karoxane 200 years ago, but after nearly 12 hours in the transport hub, she had begun to suspect there would be a line to wait in to get the answer. But at least there didn't seem to be any soldiers. That alone made something relax inside here that she hadn't known was tense. The shuttle was cold and cramped. Enae badly needed sleep, but there was barely room to sit comfortably, and the compartment was excessively well lit, every surface covered in glaring warnings of various ways one might die if one made some wrong move. Enae noticed the person in dark grey a few rows behind here. They seemed to have settled in and gone immediately to sleep, and for a moment she was tempted to ask them how in the world they'd managed that, but it would mean climbing over other passengers, and no doubt somewhere on the walls or floor was a huge screaming warning against doing exactly that. So instead, she closed her eyes and relaxed as well as she could manage. Once the shuttle docked at Rurusk, there were more lines, a line to get off the shuttle, a line to collect your luggage, a line to leave the transport area. Outside the transport area stood a crowd of people. That was ordinary, Enae had found. People waiting for family or visitors. None of them would be for here. She didn't know anyone in this system, and she hadn't made any arrangements for her arrival. She swerved to go around the press. A man stepped in front of her, medium tall, his dark hair short and lank, slouching slightly. Frowning, he said, "Mixastur, I'm your foreign affairs liaison." She stopped short, blinked. "I didn't know I had a liaison," she said, perplexed. She hadn't asked for one, only sent a message before she'd left Karoxane, notifying the Zaosen Foreign Affairs Office that she was coming and what she was investigating. "How in the world do you know my name? Or what I look like? Or when to meet here, for that matter?" The man's frown deepened. "You went through immigration," he said. "They recorded an image and a description." "Have they always done that?" Enae asked, remembering Deputy Envoy Buren saying that Zaoseni system entry records were extensive. If the fugitive had come here, that might be helpful. "I don't know." The man was brusque. "My name is Reet. I'll take you to your accommodation." He turned without waiting for her reply and strode away. "I haven't booked any accommodation yet," Enae said to his retreating back. She thought a moment, and then looking around, saw a more or less calm spot with an unoccupied bench. She sat, pulled her luggage close, and took out her recently purchased handheld. It was already connected to the station's system, she saw, and there was a message from Kathing. "This isn't work correspondence, so I shouldn't mention it, but Karoxane is terribly dangerous. Be careful." But now wasn't the time to read all of that. She had to navigate the unfamiliar interface and find some place to stay. A shadow fell over here. "What are you doing?" Reet asked. "Looking for somewhere to stay?" "You already have accommodations," he said. "I'm supposed to take you there." "I don't even know who you are," she argued. "I didn't ask for a liaison. No one told me I'd have one." She hadn't had one so far. It had just been here herself so far. Though maybe a liaison would have helped back in Karoxane. "Check your messages," he said. "I don't have any messages from inside this system. I just arrived. I don't know anyone here, and I've only had anything like an address here for an hour, less than that." She hefted her handheld. "I only just bought this." "It's been tied to your identity since you got it," Reet said. "Check your messages." And sure enough, just past the message from Kathing, there was one from Foreign Affairs. Reet, here liaison, would escort her to the accommodation Foreign Affairs had arranged for her and would assist her in any way she required. It was far more than the purpose of her visit here warranted. Has there been some sort of trouble around the conclave? She hadn't heard of any, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. "Not that I know of," replied Reet, "and I'm your liaison." So, he was here to keep an eye on her and report her movements back to whoever his supervisor was. She didn't think he'd been hired for the elegance of his manners, or his ability to make one feel welcome. That much was obvious. She thought a moment. On the one hand, she found she didn't much like the idea of foreign affairs choosing here accommodations. The thought gave her a shiver. Was this another arrest? But Mr. Fluid hadn't seemed like he was arresting her. Where are these accommodations? Fortunate Citrus Chambers. It's very nice, and Foreign Affairs is paying for it, and your meals, up to 30 sequins a day. When she frowned, he continued, That's pretty generous, actually. It made very little sense to Enae, though she supposed she might as well let them pay. Do you know why I'm here? No idea, he confessed. I'm looking for someone who might have come to this system from Keroxane about 200 years ago. They would have stood out at the time. It's hardly urgent business. They're almost certainly dead by now. It's just an old loose end. It's not something your Foreign Affairs would care about enough to put me up and feed me. I don't know about that, said Reet to it. I'm just your liaison. Enae closed her eyes for a moment, which reminded her just how exhausted she was. All right, Reet Fluid. She could work all this out later, after a long, long nap and some supper. Liaise me to my accommodation. When Enae woke from a long sleep, refreshed by the pleasant and comfortable rooms she'd been assigned as much as by the nap, she dressed and thought a moment about calling Reet. He'd said to contact him when she was ready to go out, and on the one hand, she would appreciate having a local guide to show her around and advise her about local food and customs. She certainly would ask for his help in finding the information she was looking for. But on the other hand, she didn't much like the idea of a minder reporting on her movements, steering her toward or away from things for reasons she didn't understand. So instead of calling Reet, she picked up his shoulder bag and went out walking. There were very few wide-open spaces on the station, which made sense, Enae supposed. Open spaces on the station were a potential safety hazard. Mostly, there seemed to be a maze of corridors, with doorways framed by colorful painted patterns, and sometimes signs with cryptic messages. Cryptic when run through the translation utility on Enae's handheld anyway. After walking a while, she found a window labeled, Eat all the dumplings. Beyond the window, a bot was dropping white bundles into a steamer. A few awkward fumblings with her handheld later, she claimed a carton of dumplings and a cup of coffee and found a place to sit. The dumplings were spiced with an oddly appealing combination of bitter and slightly floral, and the unfamiliar flavor grew on her as she ate. The coffee was pale brown, thick, and astonishingly sweet. As she ate, she watched people pass by. Wrapped trousers and tunics seemed to be the standard clothes here, and many of the people she saw went barefoot, though not all. A few passers-by wore coveralls and boots, on their way to jobs that required such clothing, she supposed. Every now and then, someone would go by in an elaborately patterned tunic, or with the long and trailing end of a particularly intricately wrapped skirt or trousers draped over their shoulder. These people wore sandals that had little struts under the soles, which lifted them 6 or more inches off the ground. Their gait was delicate and elegant, but Enae imagined herself wearing them and shuddered. She was sure she'd break an ankle if she even tried it. There were quite a lot of people in dark grey, and she thought of the person she'd seen on the shuttle here, the one who'd fallen asleep so easily. They probably lived here and didn't find any of this strange. They were used to the food and the thick sweet coffee. And for just a moment, she thought she saw them, in dark grey, behind a cluster of people passing by. Shaking her head at her foolishness, she gathered up the remains of her lunch and looked around for a recycle slot. The people passed by, chattering, and then someone swerved towards Enae. It was the person from the shuttle, she was sure. What a very unlikely coincidence, she thought. And then the person stepped up beside her, grabbed her bag, and hit her on the head. She fell to the ground, stunned. She heard a shout, and then someone was beside her, saying things she couldn't understand. That person hit me, she said. I'm all right. but she wasn't entirely certain that she was. Her head hurt, and it was difficult to concentrate. Someone was still talking to her, and she didn't see the person in dark grey anywhere. They must have run off. Her bag was gone. The stranger who was talking to her gestured to another passerby. She couldn't understand anything anyone was saying. "My hand held," she said, and no one seemed to know what she meant. She put her hand out as though she was holding something. The people around here made concerned noises. I'm fine," she said. "I just need my hand held so I can get some coffee." She tried to stand up, but the person talking to her wouldn't let her. "No, really, I'm fine." But no one would listen, and before long, without any clear idea of the transition, she found herself in a medical facility with Reet standing next to her bed, frowning. What are you doing here?" she asked him. "The staff called me," he said, still frowning. "What happened?" "I went out and had dumplings and coffee," he said. "They were good, but the coffee was really, really sweet." She looked around. "Where's my bag?" "Your attacker dropped it. I have it here." He lifted the bag into Enae's view. "But they haven't found your handheld. Don't worry, I have a new one for you." Oh. Enae frowned, trying to remember what she'd just been saying. The frown reminded her that her head hurt. She must have been given some kind of medication because her headache was obviously still there, but in the background somewhere, only faintly reminding her of its existence when she moved the wrong way. "You bought dumplings?" Reet prompted. "I bought dumplings, and when I was looking for a recycle slot, that person from the shuttle grabbed my bag and hit me." "What person from the shuttle?" Reet demanded. "They were a few rows behind me on the shuttle here. I noticed them because they'd been just behind me in a line, a long, long line." Reet pulled out his own handheld. "We can find them. What was in your bag besides your handheld?" "Nothing, really, nothing important." "How did you know I was here?" "You told them my name, so they called me." "I don't remember that." "You have a concussion," Reet replied. "I'm going to take you back to your accommodation. You're going to get some rest. I'll bring you some supper and mix a tour. Don't leave your accommodation without me again." "It hasn't been a problem anywhere else," Enae argued, but then she remembered to Roxane and shivered. "It shouldn't have been a problem here," said Reet, "and yet here we are." Reet. Fortunate Citrus Chambers, Rurust Station, Sovereign Territory of Zaosen. The person who attacked you knew you were coming. She waited at the transport hubs for several days, just moving to the back of the intake line, over and over. Mix Astur sat in a wide, low chair, leaning on pillows, holding the bowl of thin bean porridge Reet had brought here. She seemed much less dazed than when Reet had found her at the health facility, which was good. It meant the correctives and the medicine were doing what they should. "But who is she? Why did she follow me? Why did she attack me?" "We don't know," Reet admitted, and then feeling vaguely ashamed. "She came from Keroxing, that much we found, but she won't say anything except death to the Fen oppressors." "She's Hikipi then," said Mix Aftur, pausing in her slow consumption of the bean porridge. She frowned, staring vaguely into the space in front of her, not, Reet thought, accessing data on an implant, but thinking something over. "It doesn't make sense," she said after a few moments. "I mean, it sort of does, but it doesn't." Reet had come to the same conclusion earlier, talking to his supervisor. "You are here, looking for traces of someone who might have come here 200 years ago, who might have been a Presger translator." To Mix Astur's surprised expression, he said, My supervisor told me since it had become need to know. It doesn't make sense, she repeated. This is old business. The person I'm looking for has probably been dead for years. I'm not really expected to look terribly hard for them to begin with. This is just sanus polity gesturing concern for the treaty during the conclave. Not really expected, Seed said. But you are seriously looking? Well, she scraped the last of the porridge out of the bowl. I am being paid rather well, and I like to do things properly. But it shouldn't make a difference. This is business no one actually cares about. Someone cares, Reet pointed out, and someone has been passing information on your movements to Hikipi nationalists. I came here to talk to Hikipi immigrants, said Mix Aftur, on the theory that this person I'm looking for may have come through Karoxane. They might have stayed there, Reet suggested. They might. I don't think I have the resources to find them if they did. They might be anywhere, really. They might be dead. But I wanted to at least try to find them. It's my job. I see, said Reet. And if they left Karoxane 200 years ago and there's no record of them, chances are they were on one of the Hikipi refugee ships, which means there's a chance they came here. Exactly, she agreed. They were both silent a few moments, thinking. So, said Reet at length, you are here to investigate local Hikipi. Well, not you are here, Reet interrupted, taking the empty porridge bowl and replacing it with a tumbler of weak coffee, to at least make contact with local Hikipi, supposedly about a matter that just isn't worth looking into at this point, especially if you believe the Presger don't exist to begin with, which some number of the Hikipi nationalists don't. Right, Mix Aftua agreed. But if you don't believe the Presger are a danger, why care if I find some person who's been missing for 2 centuries who might be associated with them? You arrive here, Reet said, after meeting with Fenish officials at Karoxane, with your passage here paid for by the Fenish Department of Extra-System Affairs, with some obviously fabricated reason for your presence. You ditch your foreign affairs minder. I didn't ditch you. I just thought I'd get myself some breakfast. You ditch your foreign affairs minder, Reet repeated, and realized exactly why he'd been assigned to this job, and felt a moment's fear, and go out alone with a large shoulder bag and wander around. Oh, she was clearly startled at the implication. But I was just taking a walk and getting something to eat. Right, Reet said. But if you were a secret agent on some mission to, I don't know, infiltrate the Hikipi here, or something else dastardly. He waved vaguely. What is it they think I'm involved in? She asked, and that, of course, was the question. No idea, Reet admitted. Like I said, your assailant isn't talking. Death to the Fen oppressors, she acknowledged wryly. Yes, they're He was well beyond what he'd been authorized to convey to Mix Aftua, but he liked here, he found, and even if he didn't, it was his safety on the line here. There are ways to get information from unwilling subjects, but they're very unpleasant and legally they can only be used in extreme situations. There's an argument going on over whether this counts. How many people at Foreign Affairs are sympathetic to Hikipi nationalists? Asked Mix Aftur. It was a good question. I don't know. But we can't do anything about Foreign Affairs. We can introduce you to the siblings of Hikipu. She straightened in her seat. Can you? Do you think they'll have anything to tell me that the public records won't? I mean, people always do have more to tell you, but I don't know. But you should know that I got this job because of my contacts in the siblings of Hikipu. My last assignment was escorting a famous Hikipi singer while she was here. It took a few moments, but he saw on her face when understanding came. Someone, in the siblings of Hikipu is connected with foreign affairs. I could be taking you to meet the exact people who got you attacked. Are you, Hikipi? Is a long story. She thought about that. Reet considered here. She had seemed when he had first met here to be a bit scattered, the sort of person you didn't really pay much attention to. But now he saw something stronger and more solid underneath that appearance. Maybe they know something, she said. I mean, maybe it's not just that I was acting like a secret agent in an entertainment. Maybe they know something about the person I'm looking for and hit you over the head for it. She shrugged. Maybe I can just explain to them. Reet stared at her. Just explain? Well, she said with a small smile, sometimes it works. Reet had always known that there was some flow of money and even weapons from Zayasen's system to Keroxane. He'd assumed, if he'd thought about it at all, that the siblings of Hikipu were, for the most part, very careful to avoid such associations, that the various charities collected for were, for the most part, legitimately humanitarian. It went, he was beginning to suspect, a good deal further than that. But if so, where was the spy from foreign affairs? Where was the suspicion of newcomers without existing ties in the community, like Reet himself? And Mr. Nadkal? Mr. Nadkal openly had connections with foreign affairs. Everyone knew it, and none of the siblings of Hikipu seemed to care. That connection had gotten at least one Hikipi visitor preferential treatment, a sympathetic liaison. Reet couldn't imagine a Chira artist getting even that much consideration, and he was quite certain that if Mix Athtor's assailant had been Chira and refused to say anything but "Long live the Chira Arcanate," or something similar, there would have been little or no consideration of her comfort or the propriety of forcible interrogation. Mr. Nadkal was involved with foreign affairs, and Mr. Nadkal openly, fervently, sympathized with the Hikipi fighting in Keroxane's system. What else might he be involved in? Reet winced, thinking it. Others had thought similarly of his parents, with less justification, and Reet had no desire to be that sort of person. Still, what might Mr. Nadkal know about Mux Athtor's assailant? He knew better than to ask outright, knew that if his suspicions were correct, Mr. Nadkal would only deflect questions and then be warned that Reet suspected something. No, let Mux Athtor handle it. She was quiet and practical. She had to all appearances been completely unfazed by Reet's customary manner, and there was something oddly appealing in her determination to do a job no one expected her to do, even after an ambush and a knock on the head. Reet should resign and go back to the pipeways. Let Enae Athtor walk into the troubles he was headed for without Reet's help. Reet should stay far, far away from this, away from the siblings of Hikipu and whatever mess they were entangled with. And where would that leave him? Back in his tiny room, alone. Not that he didn't still spend plenty of time there, solitary, but these past months, he'd belonged somewhere, known all this time that there was somewhere he'd come from, somewhere his quirks were recognized. He hadn't realized until he'd found it just how much, how badly, he'd needed that. Well, he would still have the knowledge of it, still know that he was a Shan who could trace his origins to Love-Hate Station. He could still study the history, the language, and the literature. He should do those things. Resign his foreign affairs connection, quit the siblings of Hikipu. He had enough money to pay a year's sloth tax and still have some left over. He could deal with finding work again when his year ran out. Let Mix Athtor have a new liaison. One Mr. Nadkal chose, maybe. And maybe that would be fine. Maybe Mr. Nadkal was perfectly innocent and well-intentioned, and Mix Athtor would be perfectly safe. But then again, maybe not. "This is Mux Enae Athtor," said Reet, gesturing to McAftua, who sat on a cushion to his left. She's come all the way from Sanis Polity to look into some historical records. A murmur from the assembled siblings of Hikipu, of welcome and mild interest. Go haran I harap, said McAftua. I thank you for this welcome. A formulaic phrase in Hikipi, her accent not too bad, all things considered, and the murmurs turned to appreciative laughter. Mostly, I'm searching old files, but I'm also looking for stories that might mention the person I'm after. This person is long dead by now. If they even came here, it would have been about 200 years ago. Was this person Hikipi? Someone asked. No, replied McAftua, but I think they may have spent some time in Keroxane system, so if they came here, they may have come along with some of our parents or grandparents, said Mr. Nutkal. My own grandmother came here about then. She was wanted by the Fen authorities, and she was smuggled out of the system in a stack of arak crates, which was itself being smuggled. The customs officers found it, and the ship's captain gave the usual bribe, and off they went. No idea that my grandmother was at the bottom of the container. My goodness, exclaimed McAftua. Did she come alone? Well, yes and no, said Mr. Nutkal. But everyone that she brought out of Keroxane was Hikipi. He seemed, Reet thought, entirely comfortable with McAftua's presence and questions. Still, said McAftua appreciatively, what a story. My great-grandmother came to the ocean on a passenger ship, said another sibling of Hikipu. Nothing exciting really, not like Mr. Napkal. I suppose he's not with us anymore, suggested McAftua. Did he ever say anything about anyone he travelled with? Someone unusual, maybe? Unusual how? Asked another sibling. Is it maybe a Satan you are looking for because? She clapped a friendly hand on Reet's shoulder. Well, I have one, right here. She said this person wasn't Hikipi though, said someone else. Reet's Hikipi, I mean just look at that hair, and those eyes. Reet grimaced in embarrassment. If McAftua hadn't been there, he'd have said something sharp about that invasion of his space or stood up and walked away, but he was, technically, on the job right now. Look how well he's sticking to the language, said the oblivious sibling, hand still on Reet's shoulder, like it's second nature to him. Shan, murmured McAftua. His tone as fixedly polite as his smile. The name is familiar. Love-hate station, right? A murmur of pleased agreement from the assembled siblings of Hikipu. I'm far too young to be the person McAftua is looking for, Reet protested. I only came to the ocean 30 years ago. Maybe that person had a child, said a sibling, or grandchildren. But whoever they aren't Hikipi, McAftua said, Reet pointed out. She doesn't want my history. Oh, I'm interested in everyone's history, said McAftua, and Reet thought she was sincere, or at least very good at seeming so. For a moment, he wished he knew how to do that. So many wonderful stories. I'm quite fascinated by what little I've learned of Hikipi history, and it's not like I don't have time to listen. There was nothing for it then. Reet had to tell the whole story. Qven. I don't remember much after the teachers arrived. Just had bone-piercing shriek, louder and louder, until quite suddenly it was quiet, and I was lying on the surface. When I opened my eyes, I saw grey, dull grey ceiling and dull grey walls when I sat up. The clothes I'd worn ever since I'd come to the edges, the white shirt, jacket, trousers and shoes, were gone. Well, they were translator's clothes, and I would never be a translator now. Everything felt sharp and clear, and somehow distant at the same time, like none of it was real. My skin itched faintly all over. I swung my legs over the side of the surface I sat on and put my feet on the floor. Was there any point to standing? The wall in front of me opened, and just beyond the opening I saw translator Dla staring at me. I stared back. At length he said, "We expected better from you." I said nothing in reply because after all, what was there to say? "Sam claims that you tried to force a match on them." "What?" I knew that as a good edge, one of the best of the edges, I should regulate my voice and my reactions. I wasn't an edge anymore, and I would never have to talk to humans. But it was possible behaving well might help me here too, so I didn't shout, "They're lying! They tried to force me!" I put my hand to my throat where Sam's hand had been. The skin felt mostly smooth, but I could still feel it, could feel Sam there. "That is by far the more likely scenario," admitted translator Dla. "You had nothing to gain by matching with Sam, while they had everything to gain by matching with you. But unlikely is not the same as impossible. And it seems you did conceal your readiness for a match from the teachers." I stared. I would not speak. I wouldn't. Everything was lost now anyway. "We expected better from you," translator Dla said again. "What are you even doing alone with someone like Sam?" "Trying to escape," I thought, but did not say. "And then, bad enough that you match with Sam. Bad enough their Clade gets even that much of a foothold on the prestige they wanted for so long. It undid plans years in the making, but we could have dealt with that one way or another. But then you go halfway and stop? What are we to do with you now?" "I don't understand." Translator Dla made a huffing noise. "The match that was planned for you was not going to happen now. It can't." "It was you," I said. Even though Sam had lied about some things, I thought that was true. "You were going to eat me, so you could have another body." "Eat you?" Translator Dla seemed shocked. "It's not like eating someone. It's not like that at all. Who told you that?" Sam had, of course, and I still wasn't sure they hadn't been telling the truth. "It's not like eating someone," said translator Dla, when I didn't speak. "In fact, I can't eat anyone. Adults can't, only children can. So even if you had been destined to match with me, I wouldn't have eaten you." I stared, not speaking. "There's no point telling you what match was planned because it won't happen. All our plans, since before you were cultured, are ruined. And there are no suitable matches for you now. You mutilated your match partner. That's not optimal behavior at all. You're still carrying fragments of that partner, someone who, if your account is accurate, was willing to force a match for their own gain. No one will want that to be part of who they are. And if your account is not accurate, well, whatever was happening there was, again, not optimal behavior. No matter which way you look at the situation, you are unfit." "What? Should I just have let Sam finish? Once you got into that situation, you might as well have," said translator Dla. Her voice was hard and angry. The fact that you even found yourself in that situation to begin with. They shook their head. "Ordinarily, you would just be disposed of. There's no other use for you. But this Clade hasn't had a member reach the edges and then fail for a very long time, and it's not going to happen now. We've temporarily suppressed the process that allows you to fully become an adult. It should hold for a while at least. If you behave suitably for long enough, we might be able to find some sort of partner for you. It won't be the sort of thing you were meant for, but it won't be failure. And that's all we can ask for right now." "If you can suppress the process," I said, a sharp disorienting moment of hope shooting through me. I don't need a match at all. I can just stay as I am. We can't do that, translator said, not permanently. I don't want to match, I said. I don't want to be an adult, not ever. I shuddered, thinking of that pulsing, breathing thing in the garden. I'll do whatever it is the Clade wants me to. I tried to think of the worst possible work I could imagine. I'll clean dishes, I'll count things. The Clade, said translator firmly, wants you to not fail, which is just barely possible at the moment. Otherwise, we have no reason to keep you alive at all. Do you understand? I didn't, but I knew better than to say that. Yes, translator. Good, they sighed. Why did you of all our offspring get yourself into this situation? I was going to be you, wasn't I? I was sure of it for some reason. We were going to be someone else, they said. I told you, it's not like eating someone. The teachers told you. I said nothing. This is Sam talking, isn't it? Translator shook their head. That's maybe the worst of this whole situation, that this Clade has to be connected to them. You are going to need to behave better despite that. I'm warning you. Sternly, if you can't behave optimally, if we can't make this work somehow, and you fail, you will be disposed of. I understand, translator. I didn't. Not really. But I would have to pretend that I did, until I saw some chance to escape. I was not allowed to leave my suite of rooms. The room where I'd awakened, with its sleeping surface, and a few others. I was not alone. A teacher was assigned to me. They came into the room I was in and introduced themselves. Then one of them left, and the other handed me a stack of clothing with a curt order to dress. I would be good. I would be very, very good, and watch for some chance. I said, yes, teacher, and dressed myself under their sharp gaze. You are currently unable to match, they said. If the treatment fails, you are to notify me immediately. How likely is that? I asked. Translated law had not been forthcoming on the topic. Do you itch? Asked the teacher. Does your skin feel wrong? It did. The faint itching I'd felt from the moment I'd woken had only grown. If that stops, continued the teacher, though I hadn't answered their question, you tell me the moment you notice. What if you're not here? I asked. What if I can't find you right away? I hadn't yet realized that I would never be out of sound or sight of them. The teacher only stared at me a moment and then said, I have been assigned this task because I have experience with problem children. I am also provided with defenses that make it difficult, though not impossible, for anyone to force a match with me. If you are tempted in any way, you will be destroyed. If you are tempted and succeed in beginning the process, we will both be destroyed. Do you understand me? What did you do to get assigned this shit duty? I asked. You will display optimal behavior at all times, said the teacher. Stop scratching. I'm supposed to itch, I said, giving my arm one final scrape. It's a bad sign if I don't. Scratching and fidgeting are not optimal behaviors, said the teacher. Not in any context. It is time for breakfast. They gestured to a door that had opened to my right. My days were strictly regimented. I slept at precisely the prescribed time, woke, ate, cleaned dishes, conversed with the teacher, a scripted business. Any deviation was met with a disapproving twitch of the teacher's eyebrow. After many repetitions of this cycle, I complained that I was bored. The teacher gave me the eyebrow, but the next day I was presented with what the teacher called a suitable activity. A dish of soil, a tool for rearranging that soil, a water vessel, and some seeds. I considered complaining that this was hardly much of an activity, but decided that further complaints would not be optimal behavior. And if there was even the remotest chance of escaping from here into the world, the path to that escape would only be reachable through convincing everyone around me that I would behave optimally. I thanked the teacher, planted a seed in the dish of soil, watered it, and sat down to watch it develop. It was actually mildly interesting, in a way I hadn't noticed in the garden in the edges. There had been so many plants there, so many striving stems, so many light-following leaves, that I'd never really looked closely at the way plants were plants. Here, in these plain grey-walled rooms, with just the one tiny germinating seed sprouting in mere hours, the next day sporting 2 tiny leaves, the seed case split and discarded, a tiny rootlet plunging into the soil. I could almost hear it, growing. I didn't think I'd ever heard a plant grow before. Should I report it to the teacher? What would the consequences of that be? But the teacher had said nothing about the possibility. Had I heard it in the garden but not noticed it, because it was part of the general background noise there? Or was this something new? I had only been ordered to report a cessation of the unpleasant feeling on my skin. The teacher had also said that planting a seed was a suitable activity, and added a fixed set of lines about it to our daily conversational script. Well, optimal behavior, the teacher had made abundantly clear, involved doing as I was told. I would therefore do precisely as I had been told, no more and no less. My plant grew larger, put out ruffled coarse leaves. Its tiny sound was the sharp little song in my quiet rooms, changing infinitesimally each moment, the only thing that seemed to change in that unchanging cycle of scripted, scheduled hours. And then one day, a large change. The teacher announced that I would harvest and eat my plant. I plucked it from the soil, washed the small red bulbous root and the leaves. I wanted suddenly to rub the leaves on my skin. I was absolutely certain that would not be optimal behavior, and so instead I surreptitiously brushed them against the back of one hand. The plant song changed as I pulled the leaves away, sliced the root. It was white inside, and even sharper smelling than the uncut root, and arranged these small things on a dish. I sat down, very properly, in a chair at a table, and used a tool to lift the tiny pieces of radish to my mouth, one by one. The plant's tiny song faded as I ate it, melted somehow into my mouth, a disconcertingly pleasant sensation, and the room was suddenly silent. "What did it taste like?" asked the teacher, and I realized that this had been a test of some kind, but I didn't understand what the test had been of, or what my answer should be. "Like stinging," I replied. "May I plant another?" Actually, I wanted very much to try some different sort of plant, and I knew from the tiny sounds of the seeds I'd been given that they were all very similar. But another one of these would be very nice. "Yes," said the teacher, and I could tell by their eyebrows that I had said the right thing. Enae. Public Meeting Room 3, Aurorus Station, Sovereign Territory of Zeosen. Enae remembered Deputy Envoy Buren saying, "Can you imagine if the Hikipi managed to produce a shan? It doesn't bear thinking on." And, curious after her experience in Keroxane, and the little bit she already knew about Hikipi history, she had looked for more information, not because she thought it would help her find the fugitive she was looking for, but just because it seemed interesting, because she'd run across the name in her previous researches and now wanted to know more. There were no more shans, not that anyone could tell, which was probably good, because something like 8 out of 10 stories that featured them, even the ones focused on romance or friendship, involved people being mutilated or dismembered, or even eaten. Enae wasn't sure if a sham turning up now after 1,000 years could really unite the various factions in the 7 zones, but he hadn't thought it was a question that needed any sort of an answer. Could Reet, Shroid, actually be a sham? How would anyone know? It wasn't what Enae was here to find out, but he really didn't want to tell the story of how he came to Rurusk. Enae could see that in his expression, in the stiff way he sat, even beyond very clearly not being happy about the woman next to him having put her hand on his shoulder. He looked at the woman's hand, and she smirked and removed it with a placating gesture. I came to Zeosen as a baby, on a ship full of refugees. He named a conflict and a system that Enae had never heard of. She nodded anyway, as though she knew what he was talking about. You came with your family? No, said Mr. Floyd, slightly abashed, Enae thought. Stiffer and more awkward even than usual. Just me. No one knew where I'd come from, no one had seen me until it was time to disembark, and there I was, on a seat in the galley, just lying there. Nobody had ever seen me before, nobody knew who I was or who I belonged to. It's true, put in Mr. Natkal, there are recordings. But not from the whole ship, or they'd have known who Mr. Truid was with, Enae suggested. Just so, agreed Mr. Natkal. It's just like Venishan, the first sovereign autarch, you know. He arrived at Lovehead Station alone, as an infant. Mr. Truid looked at Mr. Navkal as though he wasn't entirely happy about the interruption. Well, they tried to find anyone I might be related to, but there didn't seem to be anyone, so I was adopted. They tried to find anyone I might be related to, but there didn't seem to be anyone. For just a moment, her mind presented a single clear, wholly formed, electrifying thought. But no, it wasn't possible. That you're Hikipi, she ventured. Well, you see, Natkal, clearly unable to keep from taking over the story, we have been looking for years for any trace of the chance of, as you said earlier, Lovehead Station supposedly disappeared, and Lovehead Station was destroyed. You know, along with any data stored there, but we had hopes. It took years and years of investigation, but we finally found him. My goodness, Mr. Floyd, exclaimed Enae. The thought that had presented itself to here would not leave here. You didn't tell me any of this. Here's Mr. Shan here, said someone, which elicited a small, pained smile from Mr. Floyd. Or maybe it was a grimace. I see, said Enae blandly. Blessed ancestors. What other amazing stories do you all have? It couldn't be. It couldn't be. So there's no genetic evidence of any connection to the Shans? Enae asked Mr. Fruid, as he brought her another cup of warm, watery milk. He explained about the difference between the genetics of people who had lived on Lovehead Station hundreds of years ago and the genetics of people who claimed their ancestors had come from Lovehead Station. I see, she said, though she didn't, not entirely. And everyone seems to think you're obviously Hikipi just to look at you, your hair. Most people think of Hikipi as having that light, frizzy hair, Mr. Truid said, but there are lots with straight, very dark hair. He shrugged, uncomfortable, and I thought, I don't know. And then, in a rush, honestly, I don't know if they're right or not, but it's the only time anyone's claimed I belong to them. Except your parents? Enae put in, yes, but that's different. She thought of Astur House, of her mother's funeral, when she had been small, and of grandmaman. I suppose. Are they still... your parents, I mean? Yes, and they were always at a house full of foster children. Are they good to you? Yes, he said, without hesitation. Belonging isn't always about genetics, she said. Mr. Fluid sighed. It's just, I've always been different. My parents, they love all their children. I'm sure they do. But I'm just different. Everyone knows it, you wouldn't know it just passing in the corridor or whatever, but it's obvious I don't belong anywhere. The siblings of Hikipu don't seem to find it obvious. He sighed again. Sometimes I think they're right, and I really am a Shan like they say, and then sometimes that they act like I belong to them. And that, I don't know. I've always known where I belonged, said Enae. It makes me so happy to get away from that. She thought then, inexplicably, of Qven and her cheerful friendly messages. You are lucky, said Mr. Fluid. So, what do you think? Mr. Nutcall, breaking in on their momentary small isolation. He spread his arms indicating the meeting room, the chatting siblings of Hikipu. What do you think of our small association? It's lovely, said Enae. Such wonderful songs and such... She hesitated just a moment, looking for a word. Such warm fellowship, such fascinating history. And then, seized with an idea, and I'm so impressed by the way you found Mr. Shan here, to find him after so long and so far. I wonder if you'd share with me how you did that. This idea, Mr. Troid shifted. A wince, a stifled protest. If, that is, Mr. Shan doesn't mind. It's not like my saying no could stop you, said Mr. Fluid, brusque and matter-of-fact. Well, but you might not like the idea of being the example in someone's lesson. Did he realize what she was thinking? What she was really asking for? Did Mr. Nutcall? She wasn't sure. She knew that Mr. Fluid suspected Mr. Nutcall of being some sort of conduit of information from the siblings of Hikipu to foreign affairs, of being more involved in Karoxane affairs than it might appear. But more than that, she couldn't tell, not by just looking at him. And, she realized, if Mr. Nutcall was involved in Karoxane affairs, he might well assume that Enae was a spy for the Qven. The thought made her feel slightly sick, but years of dealing with grandmaman had schooled her patience and taught her control over her voice and her expression. I only asked because you've obviously done an impressive job of historical research, tracking Mr. Shan down. I could learn from that. I'd be happy to share mix after. I'll authorize our agent to send you the data, and of course we'll be more than happy to answer questions you might have about our methods. It took Enae several days to go through the information Mr. Nutcall sent here, and a few more to read up on subjects that she needed to understand in order to make sense of all that information. The identification of Mr. Fluid as the Shan rested on three, very thin, supports, Enae thought. One was a hypothetical route from Love-Hate Station to Zeosen. The second was a small genetic similarity to the existing populations of Karoxane system, or at least the segment of those populations that the investigators had data for. The third was a bit of Mr. Fluid's genes that had made the analysts collect and rerun the samples 3 different times. Genes that no one in Zeosen had ever seen before, that bore, so far as they could tell, no relationship to any other human beings anywhere they knew about. The mitochondrial genome, read the notes on the analysis, does not fit into any known phylogeny. The note went on to list a few possible reasons why such a thing might have happened. Some form of gene modding that the analysts were unaware of, for instance, but those were only guesses until the right data might come along. There were also segments that usually occurred close to each other in most humans, but that in Mr. Fluid appeared to be broken up, interspersed with sequences the analysts found not just unfamiliar, but unsettling. Once again, the notes offered the possibility of some sort of gene modding the analysts had never seen before. Now, the Shans were secretive and known for gene modding themselves. Enae knew that from the consultant's final report and from the various historical texts he had scanned over the last several days, and Mr. Nutcal and his agent had been looking for a Shan, had been determined to find a Shan, it seemed to Enae, determined to see Shan in Mr. Thruid's history. But maybe she herself was determined to find what she was looking for too. Still, her doubt was nothing next to the growing conviction, like lead in her stomach, that she had found what she had been sent to look for, or at least as close as she could get. Now the search was some 2 centuries old, what no one had thought was possible for here to find. The route that said Shan to Nutcal's investigators said Presger to Enae. While any route might suit the Presger, no one knew precisely where they came from or how they travelled. They could, it seemed, appear anywhere. But Enae had been drawn to look at travellers through Keroxane precisely because it was relatively near the Treaty Administration Facility, the one place one could say with confidence that a Presger translator might be found. The small genetic similarity to Keroxani populations, well, all humans were related ultimately. Everyone had come from somewhere, even the Presger translators, whose ancestors had been human once, would be related somehow to someone in human space. No, that similarity didn't say Presger to Enae, but it didn't definitely say Hikipi to here either. Those genetic sequences in Mr. Thruid were fairly common in people who declared themselves to be Hikipi, but they turned up in other groups as well, not surprisingly. And the last, the mitochondrial genome that the Zeoseni analysts had choked on. An obvious stranger, Ambassador Tanie had told Sanis Polity 200 years ago, and this was obviously strange, and she could trace a possible route for the infant Mr. Thruid that would make sense if he was the fugitive she was looking for. Or, because he was far too young to be that person, the offspring of the fugitive she was looking for. The feeling of happy triumph at solving a problem came weighted down with dread. But why? Mr. Thruid had spoken of not belonging in a way that made Enae think that the siblings of Hikipu claiming him had answered something in him, had given him something he'd been missing, and that was its own problem. Very clearly someone among the Hikipi wanted a Shan to bring the zones together. Why go to such lengths otherwise? Fairly obviously, Mr. Nutcal or someone he was working for had gone to some lengths to find a plausible Shan, and just as obviously, their motivations had far more to do with the situation in Keroxane than they did with Mr. Thruid. Better to let Mr. Thruid know he wasn't part of that, or didn't have to be if he didn't want. And if Enae had discovered, definitively, where Mr. Thruid belonged, wouldn't he be pleased? But what would that mean exactly? To discover that you belonged with aliens, that you were not in fact quite as human as you'd supposed. And what would it mean for his future? Surely he wouldn't be able to stay here, escorting diplomatic visitors and doing whatever else he did. She knew, after his assisting here for the last several days, that he followed a drama called Pirate Exiles of the Death Moons, and that his parents lived on a moon somewhere in the system, but that was pretty much all she knew. Would he be able to stay in contact with his parents? Would he be able to get episodes of Pirate Exiles in Presger space? No, that was a ridiculous question. But they surely wouldn't let him stay here once they knew he existed. Or would they? After all, he'd been here for years, for decades, with no mishap. He knew nothing about whatever parent had passed down that strange DNA. Maybe they would close the file and let him be. She looked then into legal issues surrounding the treaty with the Presger. C knew that most of the aliens that were part of the treaty used humans to speak to the Presger. In fact, all of the aliens in the treaty had been admitted partly because of their close association with humans. You could argue, LA thought, that the Presger translators stood in the same relationship to the Presger as the human ambassadors for the and the Gek did for those species. Those humans were allowed to be considered or Gek under the treaty and, in certain circumstances, a human could choose what species they belonged to. That was all right then. It seemed to Enae that Mr. Reet should be able to choose whether he was human or Presger translator. C liked Reet. He was conscientious, and so far as Enae could see, honest, and he had an off-kilter sense of humor that Enae appreciated. She wasn't anxious for his welfare exactly, but she didn't like to think that what C was doing would injure him. But really, it should be fine, shouldn't it? It would be all right because legally he could choose where he belonged. So if he could choose, if it came down to his choice, if it was his future and his place, wherever that place might be, C should tell him what C had found. Ask him what he would like here to do with the information. After all, no one expected here to find the person he'd been sent to look for, let alone expected here to find Reet. And it was Reet who would be most affected by whatever action C took. But C hesitated. For 3 days, C said nothing. No choice seemed to be the right one. In the end, C handled it the way C would have handled a delicate issue with grandmaman. Act first, then confess and weather the resulting storm. C composed a report, sent it to Qven, and then, because like it or not, any issue involving the Presger fell under the authority of the Ratchai ambassador's office, C sent the same report to the treaty administration facility, and then she asked Mr. Reet to meet her. Reet. Fortunate Citrus Chambers, Ururusk Station, Sovereign Territory of Zayosen. Mr. Reet, please sit down, said Mux Aftur, her voice small and quiet. C herself sat still and, Reet thought, somehow folded in on herself in a way he'd never seen her. Except maybe when he'd brought her back here from the medical facility the days he'd been attacked. I don't want to sit down, he snapped. He wanted to scream. He wanted to cry. He wanted to storm out of Mix Aftur's accommodation and never speak to her again. You are wrong. You are wrong. Whatever could possibly have given you the idea? But he knew what had given her the idea. She just laid it out for him in that small, calm voice. I'm human, he insisted. They dropped my genetic data dozens of times. If I wasn't human, they'd know. If I wasn't human, I wouldn't have DNA, I'd have... He threw his hands up in furious, distressed exasperation. Mix Aftur flinched, just slightly, as though she'd expected him to strike her. Something else. That flinch had startled something out of him, and he found he didn't have the energy or the words to continue. He dropped into the chair that he'd just been invited to sit in, closed his eyes, and put his fingertips on his forehead. You were wrong, he said again. That's all. You're just wrong. I imagine the ambassador to the Presger will know for certain. Mux Aftur's voice, still small and quiet. Mr. Reet, I'm sorry, but no matter what the ambassador to the Presger says, I don't think you're really Hikipi. I know that you said it was the first time you felt like you belonged somewhere. He opened his eyes, straightened to look at Mix Aftur, still motionless and contained. So you have to be sure and take that away. No, she protested, an expression of distress breaking through what Reet thought must have been a carefully controlled mask of disinterested, mild regret. No, I don't want to take anything from you, it's just... C waved a hand. I don't think the information Mr. Nat Kyle shared with me fits. And even if the genetics worked out, that wouldn't mean you are one of them. Belonging isn't about whether your genes match. Family isn't about that. What else do I have? He asked, and then felt a stab of guilt. Because of course, he had Mom and Maman and Nana and all his foster sibs, who all loved him. He knew that, but somehow... Look, Mix Aftur said, her voice and expression matter-of-fact. I grew up in a family I was genetically related to, but most of them didn't care about me. Your parents love you. You have sibs. It might not be a place to belong in the sense that everyone understands you or is like you somehow, but it's a place you belong, because they love you, and that's worth so much. Her face flushed, as he seemed almost on the edge of some kind of distress. Do you really feel like you belong with the siblings of Hikipu? Or did they tolerate the ways you didn't belong because you fit some story they wanted to tell about themselves? She frowned and looked as though she wanted to say more. Or maybe there isn't really a difference, but I'm sure I'm right. The evidence that you're Hikipi at all, let alone a Shan, well, there's no evidence for your being a Shan Listetroid, none. And the evidence that you're Hikipi is very thin and can be explained several different ways. The report that Mr. Natkal shared with me tries to hide that, but the more you look into it, the more it doesn't hold up. And look, why would anyone go to all the trouble just to convince themselves or you that you're a Shan? Why does that matter so much? It matters because of Love-Hate Station. Yes, I know. I read about it, and about the ancient rulers of Love-Hate Station. Why would Mr. Nutkal want so badly to put his hands on the descendant of the rulers of a destroyed station? Reet could find no answer to this question, and Mix Aftur continued, Mr. Nutkal is no fool. If what you and I suspect is true, he is very possibly sending information from the Zayaseni Foreign Affairs Office to Yikipi nationalists in Keroxane. Now Reet put his face fully into his hands. They are using me? Or holding you in reserve, in case they find it useful to produce you? I can think of several ways that might play out, though they're all from adventure serials, so maybe they aren't so likely. Reet had a sudden urge to talk to Mom. She would have something wise to say about this. It maybe wouldn't make him feel better, but it would be solid. I don't know what to think, he said into his hands. I don't know what anything is right now. I'm sorry. Mix Astur's voice sounded miserable. I didn't want to make you unhappy. I didn't want to disturb your life. It's just... When you told the story, that night at the meeting, Reet sighed and looked up. I'm still human. So were the Presger translators once. Maybe they still are, kind of. I don't know. They'll know at the Treaty Administration Facility, though. It should take about 3 more days for my message to arrive there, and 4 or 5 for a reply, maybe more if it takes a while to reach the right person, or if they have to look into any of the data. She started to put her hand out, as though reaching for him, and then stopped. Look, whatever the answer is, you'll know something about your history, even if it's only a negative. Reet made a disgusted noise. I guess it would explain some things, if I really am an alien. Mix Astura frowned. Mr. Reet, I'm so very sorry that my work has distressed you so much. You're a good person, and I've been so very grateful to have your help all this time. Not only have you been helpful, but you've been... She stopped, as though she was searching for the right word. Restful and pleasant to be around. I always know if I do the wrong thing with you, but not in a way that... She stopped again. I never feel like I'm walking a tightrope with you. I just wanted you to know that. I really appreciate your being here, even if I'm not human. Even if you're not human. she said, very seriously. Getting back to his small quarters from Mix-After's accommodation involved 2 trams and a walk. The whole trip Reet felt exposed, visible, as though everyone were looking at him. Everyone could see just how wrong he was, just how he wasn't one of them. It was, truth be told, a familiar feeling, one he'd grown accustomed to. Time and habit had made that feeling a low, constant mutter that quieted when it did, only when he was in private. Now, it was loud. It scraped at his nerves in a way it never had before. Or maybe he'd just forgotten how it had felt when he'd been younger. He found himself hyper-aware of everyone around him, as though he could feel their presence or even hear it somehow. The second tram he took was crowded, and he stood, gripping a handhold, pressed on all sides by people. Ordinary, human people. Not like Reet, who were of course looking anywhere but at Reet, just like they ought to, just like any polite tram rider. But Reet was overpowered by the conviction that they were all of them staring at him. He thought suddenly of his dreams, those disturbing ecstatic visions of melting into someone else, skin and bones and organs dissolving. What if one of these people who pressed so close? But no, that was wrong. He knew it was. He found he was sweating and closed his eyes for a moment and did his best to think of anything besides the fact that he was surrounded by people he could, so something in the back of his mind insisted, melt into, just like in those dreams. He had to get off the tram. The only way was to press himself through the bodies that stood between himself and the exit, to push himself up against the door. His hand left a slimy, sticky trail of sweat, ready to dash out the moment the tram slowed to the next stop. A panicked wipe of his sleeve on the door came away stringy, like partly dried adhesive. The door opened, and Reet was away quickly, trying not to hyperventilate, trying not to run, trying not to panic. I'm not human. He knew it with a sudden, horrible conviction. It explained so much. He'd gotten off the tram 3 stops too early. Well, he could walk. He could avoid people. He didn't want to avoid people. He wanted to get back on the tram and press close to someone, anyone. She could avoid people. He had the rest of the day to himself. Mix-After had promised he wouldn't go anywhere and would have her meals delivered to her room. He could buy dumplings and coffee. He wouldn't even have to talk to another person to do that. He knew where to get them from bots. He could take the food back to his room, clean himself up in his tiny sanitary facility, curl up in his bed covers, eat dumplings, and watch pirate exiles of the Death Moons until he fell asleep. He couldn't eat the dumplings. He could barely drink the coffee, and he definitely couldn't sleep. Nausea overtook him. His heart pounded in his chest. Something was wrong. Or maybe nothing was wrong. Maybe this was completely normal for a Presger translator. Or maybe he was sick in some way that wouldn't make sense to the doctors at the health facility, but would be completely routine to a Presger translated doctor. Did they have doctors? What if he was dying? What if he was dying and no one here could do anything about it because he wasn't human? What should he do? There was nothing he could do. Well, he could start the familiar first episode of Pirate Exiles of the Death Moons, and that would distract him at least a little bit from his distress. He spent the next several days like that, not eating, occasionally dozing, Pirate Exiles playing on his handheld. Occasionally a message from Mix-After would come through. He was fine. Reet wasn't to worry, but if he'd like to come out and have lunch or anything else, Mix-After would be happy to see him. She just wanted to be sure he was all right. Reet knew it would be less trouble to reply promptly to her messages than it would be to deal with Mix-After if worried she came looking for him. So for her benefit he was fine. Don't worry, he just needed some time to himself. She understood, every time, and every time she wanted Reet to know that she would be happy to see him whenever he was ready. I'm not human. The thought kept recurring, and he tried at first to push it away, but it didn't work. Of course it didn't work. That never worked. and so he left it alone to hang there in his thoughts. He drowned it out with pirate exiles when he could, tried his best not to think at all. Every time he picked up his handheld to message his parents, he stopped. What would he tell them? Nana would say they should have known it all along. He doesn't mean any harm, Maman would say. But if he messaged them, all text, because Reet wasn't going to sit in front of a camera in this state, there was no telling how he looked or how he would sound. If he messaged them, Nana would say what he had to say there, where Reet couldn't hear him, and Mom and Maman would reprove him, and maybe he had apologized last time and even behaved better afterward. Maybe he would listen and control their tongue when he did finally get to speak to Reet. They had adopted a human child, or so they had thought. All those things that had marked him out as strange, as not belonging, those weren't normal human things at all. They were alien, truly alien. What would they say when they knew? What did Reet have if he lost them? He barely allowed himself to think the thought. Convinced himself he hadn't thought it. He could never ever have done his parents that injustice, to think them so shallow, so fickle in their loyalty to their children, who he knew they loved. But what if Reet was so different, so inhuman, that you couldn't blame his parents for abandoning him, for discovering that they didn't, after all, love Reet as well as they had thought? No. He didn't want to worry them. There would be time enough to tell them when the reply came back from the Treaty Administration Facility, and maybe that reply would be, no, Reet is definitely not a Presger translator. Reet knew that wasn't what the reply would say. He felt it in his bones. He felt it deep in his unhappy gut. He dozed again, and startled to wake to his door opening, the tinny sound of a ship's alarm, the heroic first mate of the pirate exiles crying, "They're cutting through the hull, sir!" Someone stepped into his room, and he came fully awake, heart racing, mouth dry. The intruder wore full protective gear, gloves, boots, helmet, all sealed up, as though Reet had something terribly, dangerously contagious. Through the door, in the bright corridor, there were more gleaming suited figures. "Reet, said the intruder, as Reet lay there, naked and half under his bed covers. "You're under arrest." Qven. 4 radishes later, translator Gla visited me. They came without warning into my rooms. I was nearly paralyzed with surprise, but "Stand," his teacher urgently in my ear. Automatically I rose and said, "Translator Gla, this is a pleasant surprise." "Qven," they acknowledged. "How have you been?" I knew this exchange. I'd practiced it in the edges, and it was part of the daily ritual teacher imposed on me here. "I've been well, thank you, translator. And you?" They said nothing, only looked at me appraisingly. Undeterred, I continued with the next line of the exchange that would fall to me. "Will you have some tea?" I had no idea if there was enough for a visitor, but it was hardly my fault if teacher hadn't told me the translator was coming. "Thank you, I will," said the translator, and sat down at my tiny table. I got out the tea things. Teacher stood away in the corner of the room, staring at me fixedly. Well, that was like usual. I prepared the tea, put the flask and tiny delicate tea bowls on the tray, and brought them to the table. Sat across from translated La. "Your teacher speaks well of you," said the translator, shockingly pleasant, as I poured. "I'm gratified to hear that, translator. I'm doing my best." "So I see." They took a small sip of tea. "Sam," they began. I blinked, doing my best to conceal my flinch at hearing the name. Translated La seemed not to notice. They continued, "Has essentially admitted guilt, not to understand in so many words. but they were offered a match far more prestigious than they might otherwise expect, with the understanding that their partner would of course report whatever they learned in the process of matching. Complete exoneration, potentially, and a far better future than they can expect as things stand now. I took my own sip of tea. They refused. Their Clade refused for them, of course, but the refusal itself tells us a good deal. More tea? Please. I poured. What will happen to them now? I found I couldn't quite bring myself to say their name. Translated La made an unconcerned gesture, as if to say, who cares? They'll match somewhere in their own Clade, I imagine, or more likely be disposed of. They took another sip of tea. The important thing is, we can be sure of what happened. You behaved foolishly, there's no question, and our original plans for you are impossible now, but we might still have a place for you. This definitely wasn't part of any script I'd ever practiced, but surely some sentence would work here. I'm glad to hear it, translator. Not perfect, but it would do. Are you? They asked. Good. We'll be leaving for the treaty administration facility in 1 hour. Tick. I was caught by utter surprise. No plausible reply offered itself. Excuse me, translator. I don't understand. Ah. They waved away my wordless offer of more tea. Your teacher tells me you do best with some explanation beforehand, not something you always get when dealing with humans. Their acerbic tone returned, just for a moment. Rebuke, I thought, for not meeting the ideal expected of me. I will explain. Understand, though. They leaned forward and looked me seriously in the eyes. I do not present any choices. There are no options here. There is only your future as it will be. Which I supposed was why they didn't bother telling us things, because it's not like we could avoid them. I understand, translator. That line was nearly always effective. About 200 years ago, said translated La, one of our Clade slid into human space. I must have shown some expression on my face, because they said very quickly, the way they managed it is immaterial and that leak has been securely patched. I tried to put confused innocence on my face. I'm sure, translator. You were saying? We searched and couldn't find them. At length we notified the human emissary. We couldn't have one of us just wandering around human space doing who knows what. Bad enough they'd run away, imagine the sort of trouble they might cause. They must have been very clever to have found a way to escape. Immediately, I knew it had been the wrong thing to say. Would you like a tiny cake, translator? They're very sweet. I made them myself. The cake didn't entirely remove the suspicion my incautious remark had engendered in translated La's manner. I would have to be more careful. Of course they were clever, they said, when they'd swallowed the cake. All our Clade is. They gave me a sharp look. Years passed, and we heard nothing. We had begun to think the fugitive had managed to get themselves killed somehow, but recently we have discovered... They stopped, looked at the small tray of cakes as though it contained something nauseatingly poisonous. The fugitive, said translated La, produced offspring. Produced offspring? I couldn't imagine anything less likely. How? The usual way, I imagine, or maybe not. They frowned. But what? And then I realized, no! I stood, nearly oversetting my chair. I won't! Instantly, teacher was at my side. A threat, I knew. I calmed my breathing as best I could and sat. This is why we don't usually tell you children things like this, said translated La. Are you going to behave? Yes, translator, I said as neatly as I could manage. This is a better future for you than might otherwise be available. We don't know what abilities or disabilities the offspring might bring to a match, but they undoubtedly have experience dealing with humans. There's no longer any future for you as a translator, but someone of your intelligence and skills, joined to extensive knowledge of humans, would be very useful to us. It's quite to everyone's benefit. I said nothing. The translated law continued. It's far, far better than anything else that might become of you. I had to say something. I understand, translator. Yes, that was right. Good. They seemed relieved. You'll need some time to get used to the idea. Your teacher will make some useful information available to you. You'll have some time to think about it. Your match won't reach the treaty administration facility for at least another 2 weeks. More likely longer. Thank you, translator. I took a deep breath. I'm very grateful for your explanations. That seemed to please them. They took another cake. These are very good. Thank you, translator, I said again as they ate it. I was going to the treaty administration facility. All sorts of ships came and went from there, to and from all sorts of places. I had a week, maybe more, but call it a week, to find some way to escape, and I would have to be very, very good so that no one suspected my intentions. I've been growing vegetables, I said to translated law, or radishes anyway. It's very nice. I frowned. Just a little, made my expression just the least bit sad and pleading. Are there other things I can grow? I like the radishes very much, but I'd like to try some others. We'll see. The translator relaxed. I think we can probably find you something appropriate. Thank you, translator, I said, for a third time. Reaching the treaty administration facility was as simple as packing a few things under the severe gaze of teacher and walking down a corridor to a different set of rooms. Here we are, said teacher, and took their accustomed place in the corners. These new quarters were larger, with more objects for sitting or putting things on. My little tray of soil with its tiny humming radish seed looked small and lonely on its shelf here. There seemed to be more rooms available to me, and I wanted to look at them all and see just what I was dealing with. But I also needed to be very, very good. So good that no one would ever imagine that I was planning to flee. I folded my few bits of clothes onto the shelf near the new bed, a very large bed I noticed, and managed not to shiver at that. And there was one room that I could only catch a glimpse of through its open doors. It was empty, floored and walled with slick tile and a sort of depression in the center. Teacher said nothing about that room and seemed never to give me the opportunity to look closer, but I thought they watched me more intently whenever I passed that door. I remembered that pulsing mass of flesh in the garden, remembered why I had been brought here, and schooled my movements and expression as best I could. Now we were at the facility, now I was being so good and had some use. It seemed translated law was pleased to have tea with me daily. These were brief, bland occasions where we exchanged fixed pleasantries, but I knew that it was progress of sort, and any small change might offer opportunities. When it seemed to me that I had been perfectly well behaved for several days, I dared to vary my conversation with translated law. Translator, I began. I recall that my teacher said I did best with some explanation to prepare me, and I've been thinking that if you want me to find information this fugitive's offspring might have about how and why they fled, I would not make the mistake of saying escaped again. I should know more about the situation. After all, it would be a shame to miss some vital fact because I didn't realize its importance. They actually smiled. Never fear, you'll have all the information you require when the time comes. I'm relieved to hear it, translator. They sipped their tea and then asked, "What was it about seeing the illicit match in the garden that frightened you so badly?" I did my best not to react. I didn't want to talk about this, not with anyone, but particularly not with translator Dla. But any escape, if escape was possible, would come through my seeming to be completely biddable. I took a deep breath, as though I found answering difficult, as indeed I did, and said, "All the other edges, they wanted to eat it." "Ah," said translator Dla, as if something had suddenly made sense to them. I decided it was worth pushing a little further. "He would have eaten it if the teachers hadn't come just then." "Adults don't eat others, not the way juveniles do. You're the only juvenile here, just now." They frowned. "Or ever. We don't allow juveniles to leave the hatchery. You are only here because you've been rendered as safe as possible, and you're needed to assist with the fugitive offspring." They made an exasperated gesture. "None of that is our doing, but no one here can eat you." They glanced for some reason at teacher. "You will be able to eat things though. It will just be different. Watch." They drank the rest of their tea, set the bowl on the table, and gestured to teacher, who left the room and returned with a tray that held my tiny, sprouting radish. Translated La plucked the sprout from the soil, set it on the table, and with one hand ground it into a damp, smashed mess on the table surface. Then they swept this up and put it into their mouth and swallowed. "Now," they said, and leaned forward and vomited the tiny radish, whole and undamaged, onto the table. I stared, fascinated. Translated La said, "You can't do that yet, but you will. It's really very gratifying and quite different from eating people the way that children do. You are quite safe, I promise you. No one here is a threat, and of course I and your teacher will be watching over you to be sure no harm comes to you." "Thank you for explaining, translator." They nodded, pleased. "I'll have your teacher explain a bit more of the process and show you where it will take place. Hopefully, that will settle any doubts you might still have." "Thank you, translator." I took another sip of my own tea. "Translator, you said I might have some other kind of seeds to grow?" "I did," they said, with a real whole smile, and for just a moment, I thought they were going to vomit up a handful of seeds. But instead they said, "And interesting plants are easier to come by here than at home. Let me ask around, and I'll find you something enjoyable." "Thank you, translator," I said, and I thought that even teacher relaxed, just a bit. Enae, Rurusk Station, Sovereign Territory of Zeosen. It only took Enae a day or so to find Reet's family and get in contact with them, adept as he had become at tracking down information. It would take some time for Istver and Etchement to reach Rurusk. Meanwhile, Enae gathered Reet himself was being held somewhere. All of her requests to see him were refused. It was time, she thought, to bring her best resources to bear. She got, through plain determination, she refused to call it rudeness, an in-person appointment with Reet's supervisor, who tried to put her off with apologies and coffee, but Enae, channeling grandmaman, had sat stiff straight in her seat and declared that she would not be trifled with. To no avail, frustrated, she strode angrily out of the office, only to find Mr. Natkal. "Ha! Makes us tour." He seemed entirely unsurprised to see her, which Enae somehow found irritating. "No doubt," Mr. Natkal continued, oblivious. "You are here on the same errand as I am. Someone has to help poor Mr. Shan, and if not us, who?" "His family," said Enae, taken aback. I mean, she was going to say, they've retained a jurist here on Rurusk, but then realized maybe she didn't want to share too much information with Mr. Nutkal, who Mr. Reet himself had not trusted entirely. Mr. Shan's family. Mr. Nutkal leaned on that word, doubt or maybe contempt in his tone. Is Jira. So, he gestured vaguely, you know. No, said Enae, genuinely perplexed. I don't. And as the words left her mouth, she realized that she could probably guess. They are from Neantine, Mr. Nutkal explained, and Enae gestured her ignorance of that location. It's a station in this system, a complete trash all of a station, everyone fighting everyone else. They come here, you know, because it's peaceful, and they bring all their relatives, and have child after child, and send the opening stipend back to their imagak. It's a religious obligation. Mr. Nutkal said religious, the way he'd said family. They have plenty of other children to look after. They won't waste the effort on this one, unless they see a way to profit off it. I see, said Enae. Well, if you'll excuse me, I have a... really, you know, this is all about getting rid of a legitimate heir to Love-Hate Station, said Mr. Nutkal, leaning in closer and lowering his voice. I don't think you quite realize how important it is for patriotic Kipi that we finally found a Shan, and now they're trying to take him away from us. Mr. Nutkal, I am interested in Mr. Trui's well-being and safety as a person, not because he's anyone in particular. Yes, agreed Mr. Nutkal. So are the siblings of Hikipu. Come have coffee, and we'll talk about how best to help him. And by the way, Mr. Nutkal, it was a patriotic Hikipi who knocked me on the head and stole my things not long ago. I had quite a serious concussion. Mr. Nutkal made an almost comical grimace. Oh, mix after. That was a terrible misunderstanding. I can explain, Huawei. And as I was saying before you interrupted me, she said sternly, I have an appointment. Later then, called Mr. Nutkal as Enae strode off. Ta, said the jurist when Enae met with him not an hour later. You were wise not to say more than you did. We definitely don't want the siblings of Hikipu to take charge of this effort. It's bad enough they won't call Mr. Fluid by his name. I guarantee they'd call him Mr. Shan in petitions. Enae said, Mr. Nutkal seemed to think that this entire business is about removing the heir to Love-Hate Station, but Love-Hate Station doesn't even exist anymore. Oh, it gets worse than that, said the jurist. There's every likelihood that any petitions that jurists submit will be full of nonsense about how the Presger don't really exist, and were just made up by the Radchai so they can secretly control every other system authority. Enae frowned. I don't think the Radchai need to control anything secretly. The jurist raised her hands in agreement, or maybe surrender. It makes sense to them, but it will look unhinged to the authorities we're dealing with, and we don't want to be associated with that sort of thing if we can help it. That said, well, we can use any support we can get, and groups like the siblings of Hikipu are often excellent at fundraising. I'll contact Mr. Nutkal myself and see what he can offer us. I don't like it, protested Enae. I don't like the way they won't call Mr. Fluid by his name, and I don't like the fact Mr. Nutkal as much as admitted he knew about me being attacked. But I suppose you're not working for me. She paused, thought. Surely they can't hold Mr. Fluid like this with no communication. I mean, I know the laws aren't the same here as they are in Sanus, but still. No, they can't, the jurist agreed. Not legally. But there are two things complicating his situation. The involvement of the Presger, and the fact that his family is Chira. There is a tendency in the system to assume that our Chira citizens are not really Zeoseni. As a result, there can be some, he gestured vaguely, some laxness in attending to their legal rights. He waved that away as though it were nothing. I'm used to dealing with that, but it will be a factor. And I know you don't like it, I understand why you don't, and I don't like it either. But the involvement of the siblings of Ikipu might well be a help there. The Presger I am not used to dealing with. Your interpretation of treaty legalities may be correct, it seems reasonable to me, but I am not versed in treaty law. The jurists who are will be mostly located at the treaty administration facility, and sure we can find one to advise us, but it will take time. Of course, agreed Enae. What do I need to do to begin the proceedings that do fall under your authority? Miss and Mix Fluid brought their luggage to Enae's accommodation when they arrived. This is very kind of you, said Miss Istfluid, a short, broad person with wide-set eyes in a kind, no-nonsense manner. We'd intended to use Reet's quarters, but the station has already assigned him to someone else. Mix Fluid, taller than her partner but still comfortably broad, made a low sound that alarmed Enae. He looked as though he was about to explode, though perhaps the odd color of her dark face was normal for him. They can't do that, he growled. They can't do that, it's not legal. Where's this jurist Mix outdoor? Whatever does he think he's doing? I'm sure he's doing the best he can, said Miss Fluid smoothly, but with an edge to her voice. She turned to Enae. We can't thank you enough, Mix Arthur. If you hadn't been here, if you hadn't contacted us, we'd never have known, and there would have been no one to even try to help Reet. Enae felt as though Miss Fluid had slapped her. Miss Fluid, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. If I hadn't... You were doing your job, Miss Fluid cut in. I don't see how you could have done anything else. I do, grumbled Mix Fluid. Miss Fluid cast him a quelling glance. We've been over this. It's the Presger. Reet is human, insisted Mix Fluid. Legally, I think he must be, Enae agreed. But we have to convince the right authorities. Please sit down. I have coffee. She'd been sure to get some ready for this visit. The petition is working its way around the magistracy. Now that the treaty jurist has added her documents, we should begin to see some movement. Is the treaty jurist coming here? Asked Miss Fluid, settling herself into a cushion and taking coffee from Enae. Mix Fluid sat stiffly beside her. Enae sat across from them. She says that by the time she could be here, things would have moved too far for her to be useful. She's entered some sort of petition to the authorities at the treaty facility, and she thinks she can do more good by staying there. That is, so she can do whatever might be needful if they bring Reet there. Of course, said Miss Fluid. We have to trust the jurist to know their business. Her voice was calm and sure, her expression unworried, but her grip on the tumbler of coffee was tight enough that her knuckles stood out on the back of her hand, and she hadn't drunk any, or given any sign that she remembered she was holding it. Enae wanted to say something comforting, something encouraging, but she had no idea what that might be. Ambassador Saymet is on her way here herself, in her own ship. She should reach the system sometime tomorrow. Probably, Enae thought, the ambassador would be able to avoid all the lines and come straight to Rulrusk. The treaty jurist warns us that dealing with the ambassador will be a trial in itself. Typical Rajai aristocrat, the treaty jurist had said, almost ridiculously so. She is the ultimate authority over human involvement with the treaty, and she will not be friendly or helpful. Enae decided not to quote that for Reet's parents, but did say, I'm told we can't expect much help from the ambassador. Can we see Reet? Asked Mix Fluid. Not so far, said Enae. The jurist is trying, but he's been prioritizing preventing them from taking them away to the treaty administration facility. Once we manage that, the jurist says, the rest should be easier." "Oh, greater and lesser spirits," cried Miss Reet, her composure cracking. "When we heard Presger translator, of course it explains so much. Not everything," snapped Mix through it. "No, but I'm sure you're right, Mix Arthur. I'm sure you're right about where he came from. But he's our son." "I know," said Enae helplessly. She felt strangely, the way she had felt when grandmaman was dying, lost and terrified, and still responsible for running the house. "Look, we have an appointment with our jurist this afternoon. In the meantime, get some rest. I'll go out and get us some breakfast if you like." The meeting with the jurist produced a plan. Not a good plan by any measure, nor one that would solve all of Reet's problems, even if it was as successful as it could possibly be. "It'll be far worse for you if you're arrested," Enae had said to Ms. and Mix Fluid. She remembered briefly being in detention in Caroxane, but this wouldn't be like that. "And besides, I'm here for diplomatic reasons regarding the treaty even." Which was how she found herself in a distant, dingy stretch of passenger locks that were all empty, except for one. She hoped she was in the right place. Just getting here had involved more sneaking and hiding than Enae had done since she had been little, not to mention crawling through dusty spaces that were far too close to vacuum for her comfort. She'd definitely broken a multitude of Zerseni laws, not to mention station safety regulations, and if she was going to be detained again, she wanted it to be for a good reason. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Ambassador Saymet!" Silence. She waited a few moments and called again. "Ambassador Saymet, I'm Enae Astur. I'm the person who found your fugitive for you. I need to speak with you." Still silence. Was she in the right place? But she had to be. This dusty, scuffed, isolated lock at the end of a long row of obviously closed and inactive locks was lit, occupied. There was a ship here, and what other ship could it be? The lock cycled. At length, a young person emerged wearing white jacket trousers and gloves, a dozen or more pins fixed to the front of her jacket. She stepped up to Enae, bowed and said, "Mix Aftur." "Ambassador Saymet sends her regrets, but she is unable to meet with you." The difference between her manner, polite, pleasant, unassuming, and her accent, all Rajai arrogance, was jarring, and it took Enae a moment to collect herself and reply. "Excuse me, Miss Enae," supplied the young person. "Miss Enae, I have done the ambassador a tremendous favor. I think she owes me a meeting." Miss Enae tilted her head, as though she was listening to something. Or someone, Enae thought, with a tiny flare of hope. Pardon, Mix Aftur, but you did the ambassador no favors. You merely did your job." "I did her job," Enae retorted, indignant. "The only reason I'm here at all is her predecessor's failure, and she herself hasn't done any better." "You speak with some justice," said Ms. Enae. "But even if the ambassador were to see you, you wouldn't get what you want." Enae opened her mouth to protest, and Ms. Enae cut her off. "Understand, Mix Aftur. At this moment when you speak to me, you are speaking to Ambassador Saymet." "No," said Enae, "I'm not. I want to speak with the ambassador herself." A complicated range of expressions crossed Ms. Enae's face. "Wait here," she said, and turned and went back through the lock. Enae waited, and waited, and finally Ambassador Saymet came through the lock. She looked exactly, stereotypically, like a Ratchet-eye villain in an adventure serial, even down to a faint resemblance to Amma and Enae. Her white trousers, jacket, and gloves were, if anything, more gleamingly white than Miss Enae's had been, which was saying something, and she wore a good deal more pins. "I am Ambassador Saymet," she said, stopping in front of Enae. She did not bow. "You wished to speak with me." The statement had faintly the air of a threat. On the way here, Enae had rehearsed all sorts of speeches he might make, in the event he was fortunate enough to make it to this point. All of them deserted here. Graciously, she blurted out, "Ambassador, you can't just take Reet away. He's a Xeoseni citizen. He has rights here. He has parents and siblings." "I am very sorry for his parents and siblings," said the ambassador, without the slightest sign of any such feeling. "But he is not human, and therefore not a Xeoseni citizen. As such, he has no rights here. Even if he did, those rights would be superseded by the fact of what he is. There was good reason for our search for his progenitor, and good reason for our response now to the news that he exists." She continued with increased hauteur. "It is only because his presence among humans poses such a danger that I am here now, and the fact that I am speaking to you, myself, is a measure of how important a service you have performed. His presence among humans endangers those around him, and endangers the treaty." "He's lived here for 30 years, Enae protested. "He's never hurt anyone." "Yet," replied the ambassador, "you cannot possibly know how dangerous he is." "And the treaty says he can choose," continued Enae, "especially if he's not Xeoseni. Then he doesn't belong anywhere, and the treaty says he can choose." Ambassador Saymet looked upward and sighed. "Amma spare me," she said with contempt, "from amateurs who think themselves expert in treaty law." "But, Ambassador, the parts of the treaty to which you presumably refer," said Ambassador Saymet icily, "are intended to deal with the ambiguities produced by the fact that so many of the species that are part of the treaty are closely associated with humans, and so many of their treaty representatives are biologically human. It is emphatically not meant to apply to Presger translators." "But Mr. Fluid is biologically human enough that no one has thought he was anything else for the past 3 decades, and the treaty text says, 'Mix of toi.' But to the two of us has the most intimate understanding of the treaty and its circumstances and subtleties." Enae felt tears starting and blinked them away. "You can't just kidnap him and hold him off. He has rights even under the treaty." "He has no rights under the treaty. Quite frankly, he shouldn't exist." Fear struck here. "But he does exist, and you can see, I hope, why his family and friends are so desperate to get him away from you." A tear escaped down the side of her nose, despite herself. The ambassador did not seem to notice. "Mix after. You succeeded at a task I have no doubt your superiors assigned to you as a formality. You might easily have traveled a bit and filed a few perfunctory reports and collected your pay. You did not. I infer from this that you understand duty and responsibility. I have spent much of my adult life responsible for the safety of all humanity. My duties have often been unpleasant to me and to others. Believe me when I say that Mr. Fluid cannot stay here, and the sooner he is away from humans, the better." Her manner did not soften exactly, but she seemed for a moment to be a touch less contemptuous. "I am truly sorry for Mr. Fluid's friends and family, but I will not shirk my duty. There's nothing you can do here. Go home." And when Enae didn't move or answer, the ambassador turned and strode back through the lock. "No," said Enae to the empty space in front of her. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve. "No, I'm going to the Treaty Administration Facility instead." Reet. Rorusk Station, Sovereign Territory of Zaosen. The isolation-suited figures spoke nothing but brusque orders. Stand, walk, stop, turn. They didn't give Reet any chance to dress or send a message. His captors had taken his handheld, and his implants, such as they were not responding. The suited figures herded him along empty passages. They must have cleared them by some order, because there was no hour when all this would be so completely empty, and into a security vehicle that took him to the health facility. There was no one there either, just empty halls, closed doors, and a sign reading, "Isolation Ward, authorized personnel only." And then, finally, the figures ordered Reet into a room and shut the door on him, and he was alone. His nausea, which had receded a bit on the way here, intensified. There was a bed at least, and a sanitary facility, but there were no clothes. Reet shivered and hauled a cover off the bed, wrapped it around himself. There was no sign of the door he'd come in by, or any sort of window. There was a ventilation grate on the ceiling, but he was fairly sure the room would be connected to its own air supply. There seemed to be no way to communicate with anyone beyond the walls. But this was the health facility. There had to be a way for doctors to watch, or to help, if the isolated patient needed it. "If I'm under arrest," he said, meaning to speak loudly and firmly, but it turned out his voice was rough and speech was strangely unfamiliar after days of lying in bed speaking to no one. "Then I need to contact my family." He remembered all the things his parents had told him about his rights if he was ever arrested or in any sort of legal trouble. "You can't hold me in isolation like this and not let me communicate with my family. I'm a Zaoseni citizen, and I haven't done anything." No response. He sat heavily on the bed and closed his eyes. This wasn't, of course, a matter of what he'd done, but what he was. This was, he didn't doubt, the result of Mix Aftur's message to the ambassador to the Presger. Ambassador Zaymet had replied, and Rurusk authorities had immediately locked Reet up in isolation as though he were carrying some sort of plague. There was nothing he could do but wait. Eyes still closed, he lay down on the bed and pulled the cover closer around himself, tried to summon any sort of patience, tried to not think of the fear and the nausea. At length, a previously invisible hatch opened, revealing a tray with bean porridge, bread, and coffee. There were no utensils or condiments. He wasn't hungry, although he hadn't eaten for... how long had it been? He wasn't sure. Maybe days. It must have been days. He wasn't hungry, but he knew that he should eat something, so he tried to eat, scooping the porridge up with the bread, tried to drink the weak coffee, but his stomach rebelled, and he had to stop for fear he would vomit. More time passed. He had no idea how long. He lay on the bed or fretfully paced the margins of the room. When more food appeared, he ignored it. Every now and then, sleeping or waking, he would break out into one of those horrible, sticky sweats. The sweat would dry, sometimes immediately, sometimes after an agonizing length of time during which he felt as though he might actually, physically, melt into a puddle on the floor. The thought both excited him and made him ill. He had never felt so sick in his life. What was wrong with him? Was he dying? The thought made his nausea worse. Something was definitely wrong with him, and here he was in the health facility, probably doctors in every direction, but they couldn't help him. He wasn't human. If there even was any help possible, no doctor here would know what to do. Eventually, some undefined time later, a voice spoke from the ceiling. "Do you have a jurist on call?" Reet's heart pounded with startlement and confusion. This was suddenly new and different, and it was overwhelming and frightening. This was dangerous, but his parents had taught him what to say to this question. "I am not required to answer any questions without my jurist present." The words came out strangled, and he cleared his throat and said it again. "I am not required to answer any questions without my jurist present." It was a trick, Reet knew. If he said he had no jurist on call, then authorities would use that statement to claim that Reet had refused the services of any jurist. They wouldn't be asking that question now unless someone was trying to send in a jurist to help him. Someone knew where he was, or knew he was in trouble anyway, and was trying to help him. Probably his parents. "We can hardly have your jurist here if you won't tell us whether you have one," said the voice. "Who is your jurist?" "I am not required," said Reet more surely, "to answer any questions without my jurist present." There was no reply to this, and Reet went back to lying on the bed. Mix Astur must have tried to message him, and he hadn't replied, and Seed gotten worried, and he must have contacted his parents. That's exactly what Seed would have done, and maybe it wouldn't do Reet any good, but it was something to know that someone outside this room cared about what happened to him and was trying to help him. Proof of the jurist's efforts manifested after a while as a meal tray that contained not the ever-present bean porridge and coffee, but dumplings and halawa, which Reet found he couldn't eat much of. But even better, beside the dumplings was a stripped-down handheld loaded with books and vids, including Thank All the Gods, the full run of Pirate Exiles of the Death Moons. There were 2 new episodes. Had it been so short a time since he'd been locked away here? So long? It didn't matter. What mattered was that someone was out there trying to help him. He only had to be patient, which granted was not his strong suit, but he had all the time in the world to practice it. At length, at least twice through Pirate Exiles, but Reet couldn't be sure exactly how long that was, the hatch in the wall opened, larger than Reet had realized it could, and revealed the pieces of an isolation suit. "Please put the suit on," said the voice from the ceiling. Reet paused the drama he'd been watching, thought a moment. "I am not required," he began. "No one is asking you any questions," replied the voice before he could finish, "and if you don't put the suit on, we'll find another way to safely move you. It will just take longer and be less pleasant for everyone." "Why the suit, anyway?" he asked. "I am not required to answer any questions without my jurist present," said the voice. Very funny, thought Reet. Should he put on the suit, or should he not? Well, the authorities who were holding him really wanted him to put it on. Less pleasant for everyone was a threat, yes, but thinking of his trip here, those weirdly empty corridors, the dozen or more armed and suited people around him, he saw that it was also much easier for the authorities if he would suit up and walk wherever they were sending him. "I will put on the suit," he said at length, "if I can talk to my jurist first." "Not going to happen," said the voice. "I'm a Zeoseni citizen," Reet argued. "Holding me without informing me of my infraction is against the articles of the Sovereignty Convention, so is restricting my access to my jurist." There was no reply to that. "I'm not putting the suit on until I know why I have to wear it," he thought another moment. "At a minimum. The articles are suspended in your case," Say that to my jurist, said Reet. They probably already had, and not with complete success, or Reet wouldn't have been watching Pirate Exiles all this time, he was sure. Look, said the voice, exasperated now. We can sedate you and put you in a suspension unit and haul you off that way if we like. Your jurist, the words were bitter, won't like it, but there's nothing he can do about it. Ah. But that was enough to prevent them from just going ahead and doing it. They weren't going to do that if there was any other course available, and there were probably several other courses available to them. No doubt those options would be a pain in the ass for the authorities, but there it was. He crossed his arms. I'm not putting on the suit. The next thing he knew, he was waking up inside the suit, lying on his back, unable to move his arms or legs. The faceplate was darkened so he couldn't see anything, but there was a definite sensation of movement, muffled sounds of people speaking, occasionally doors slamming, stops, starts, turns. He had no idea where they were taking him, but at least he wasn't in suspension. And he still had the handheld with him. He felt it slide across his chest at one point. Then all sound and movement stopped. He lay there, wondering what would happen next. Do you speak Rat-eye? Asked a voice by his left ear. No, said Reet, in that language. Nearly everyone knew at least a few words of Rat-eye, but Reet knew considerably more. Not one single word. Very funny, said the voice, with an upper-class Rat-eye precision of speech. You can take the isolation suit off now. Fuck you, said Reet, still in Rat-eye. Stay in the suit then, said the Rat-eye voice. By all means, as long as you like. I want to see my jurist, Reet said. He wanted Mom, and Maman, and even Nana, but the jurist who'd been working for him all this time would do. Do you indeed, replied the voice. Fortunately for us all, that is impossible. We undocked 15 minutes ago. No, don't threaten me with your articles or whatever it is you call them. Your jurist made enough use of them to render my already difficult task considerably harder, and I am out of patience with her and her petitions and holds. Ultimately, nothing she could do was going to change what I had to do. Which is what? Asked Reet. Where are we going? To the Treaty Administration Facility, to return you to your Clade. That was a word Reet had never heard before. It's a 2-week trip, but do by all means feel free to spend the entire time lying on the floor like a toddler having a tantrum. Why the isolation? Asked Reet. Because Presger translated juveniles are extremely dangerous, replied the voice. Honestly, I'm astonished you haven't killed anyone yet. I'm half certain you have, and just managed to hide it, but there would be no mistaking it if it had happened. I'm not a murderer, Reet protested, but he couldn't help thinking of all the times he'd yearned to cut someone apart. I'm not going to hurt anyone. You've reached a point where you will, whether you want to or not, said the voice. The cabin you are in is airlocked, and you will have no direct contact with anyone on board. Do please let us know if you require anything, except your jurist or the freedom to walk the ship. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other matters to attend to. The voice didn't return, and after a few minutes of thought, Reet set about figuring out how to open the suit. Qven, Presger Station, Treaty Administration Facility. Translator La brought me new seeds soon after I had requested them. Or they brought me a handful of seeds and a potato. Your teacher will tell you what to do with this, the translator said, hefting the potato and setting it down on the table between us. It hummed pleasantly, a wide, smooth-feeling sensation. Beside it, the heap of seeds, longer than the radish seeds, narrow and pointed at one end, chorused brightly. I wondered what they would grow into. When the translator had left, teacher told me how to cut the potato into pieces. Its smooth, waxy hum split into parts, all of them the same, but different, smaller. 2 of the segments I buried in deep buckets of soil. The others teacher cooked, and I ate them at supper. They were smooth as their song, and subtle flavoured. "Thank you, teacher," I said when I had eaten them. "It was delicious." The seeds grew into a multitude of orange and yellow flowers that sang sharp, cheerful songs. I liked to look at them and listen to them. Each one eventually shriveled and died, and the potatoes grew long and trailing, spilling over the rims of the buckets. The song of those leaves and stems was different from the smooth song of the potato itself. "New ones will grow among the roots," teacher told me. The conversation had already departed from the approved script, so I replied, "I am not a potato." Teacher pursed their lips, disapproving, thinking, hiding some reaction, and then said, "Nothing is a potato. Things are what they are, but sometimes things share similarities. Everything has an end. Potatoes, radishes, marigolds, you, everything. That is one similarity. But the potatoes are also like you in other ways. Either they are eaten, or they grow into something quite different. The ones that do not grow and are not eaten, those rot away. Then send a potato to match with this fugitive's offspring," I said before I could stop myself, "and I will dig a hole in a garden and sit there." "You understand me better than you seem to," replied teacher, not sternly as I'd expected, but calm and patient. And then they began to talk about biology. My biology, very specifically. They began in the most basic general way, speaking of cells and genes, of how they had altered what they had taken from humans, reconstructed and repaired it to produce us, to produce in this specific time and place, me. "That's enough for today," they said at length. "We will continue tomorrow." And they did. Some of what they said I already knew, but some of it I did not. I learned a good deal. Among other things, I should certainly have reported being able to hear the seeds and the plants. I might be able to hear more if I was very quiet in myself, and if I practiced listening. But the end of the lessons, the entire point and intention behind them, was this: I could not escape a match. Many of those in authority, including they themselves, don't see any point in sharing this information with juveniles. There is, after all, nothing that can change this. But they could change it, I pointed out. They built us to begin with, and they could build us differently if they wanted to, if it was explained to them that I don't want no one, said teacher severely, is going to explain that to anyone. After all, things are working out fine for those of us in authority. There was, I thought, some bitterness in teacher's voice, and there is rarely little advantage to giving juveniles a choice in the matter. I assure you, translated law will not agree to even attempt to convince them of anything of the sort, and even if you were given the opportunity to try it yourself, you would have no chance of success. How do I know what you say is true? I asked. Words can say things that don't exist. I have tried to explain to those in authority that telling juveniles half-truths or falsehoods is counterproductive or even potentially disastrous. They paused to take a sip from their tiny bowl of tea. Oh, I said, that's what's got you this shit assignment. I have done my best, they continued, to be as open and truthful with you as possible. I can do no more. You may believe me or not, as you please. So, if what teacher had told me was true, I would either match with an appropriate partner, or, if I refused or even waited too long, I would collapse into a puddle of undifferentiated organic sludge. They were bringing me a partner. There had been delays for some reason I didn't quite understand, interference and stubborn refusals on someone's part, but there was no question that this partner would arrive at some point. Too late, maybe? The teacher seemed to think there was plenty of time. Of course, they might be wrong. Even now, I could hear textures deep in the walls of my rooms. Now I was listening for them. Colors and contours that suggested doors and corridors and the presence of adults. I spent my quiet time listening for them. But I still itched, and teacher said I hadn't been as far along as all that when I'd been attacked. Teacher had been the only person to call it an attack. They had said nothing about it being my fault, and I was grateful for that small thing, even while I became more and more certain that in at least some small way it had been partly my fault. Well, there was at least a little time. Time for me to think about what teacher had said, time to think about whether or how much I believed, and time to decide what to do about it. To decide whether there was any point to resisting, or even the smallest possibility of it. Some time later, translator Dla visited me, but would not sit down for tea. Your teacher insists, they said, that we be forthright with you, and my misgivings aside, they paused, and then continued, they have had startlingly good results so far. They now insist that I give you a particular bit of information, and, the translator grimaced, a choice in this matter. Yes, translator? I said, when they didn't continue. We, that is our Clade, have custody of Sam. I kept my face as impassive as I could. Translator Dla continued. Their Clade decided in the end to turn them over to us to dispose of as we wish. I frowned. But I thought, Translator Dla waved my protest away. There are other issues and arguments at play here, none of which are currently relevant to you. They glanced over at my teacher and sighed. I would have to go into centuries of history and describe in detail years of arguments between Clades before it would make the smallest sense to you, and none of it would change anything about the situation. I glanced at teacher. Fair enough, they said. Suffice it to say, continued the translator with visible relief, we have Sam, and we can and will do whatever we like to them. What about whoever instructed them? I asked. They said they had help from adults in their Clade. There's nothing we can do about that, said the translator. Not at the moment, although I assure you, that fact has not been and will not be forgotten. In several centuries, I ventured with as calm a voice as I could produce, it will be part of some complicated reason for some act or another. Just so, said the translator. Now, we have chosen to make an open example of Sam. They have been sealed into a container, quite alone, and there they will remain until they die, which will probably be sometime in the next week. I suggested to your teacher that you should be required to watch the process as it happens. Your teacher insists we present you with a choice. I looked at teacher, who stared impassively back. I felt sick and dizzy. Somewhere beyond the walls, someone was moving, breathing. I wanted to lie down on the floor. Instead I said, "Thank you, translator. I appreciate your confidence in me. May I have some time to think about my reply? Yes, said the translator. Good. Very good. I can with some confidence give you until this time tomorrow, possibly longer, though it's impossible to say. Thank you, translator, I said again. I will think seriously about it. When the translator was gone, teacher said, We will have a rest day. Yes, teacher, I said, and managed somehow to make my way to my bed and lie down. After a while, I don't know exactly how long, teacher told me to sit up, propped me up on a pile of cushions, and brought me a bowl of tea. Entirely appropriate, they said, when I protested, when one is ill. I knew the word, and in theory what it meant, but I hadn't imagined it was something I could ever be, and wasn't entirely certain I was now. Still, the tea was somehow steadying. After a few sips, I closed my eyes and leaned back farther into the cushions. After I sat like that for a while, the tea cooling in my hand, I asked, What should I do? Teacher was silent a moment, and I thought they weren't going to answer. Then they said, You are extraordinarily fortunate. No, don't look at me like that. I closed my eyes again, and they went on, It's only because you have been fevered from the start that you still live. If you had been even slightly less well-connected, if expectations for you had been even the tiniest bit lower, you would have been disposed of without a thought long ago. The only hope most such juveniles have of survival once they've been injured or attacked is the very faint possibility that some adult will notice and take pity on them. Silence. I would not open my eyes or drink more tea. I could think of nothing to say. And that, continued teacher, since you seem curious, is how I ended up with this shit assignment. I don't feel good, I said. No, of course you don't. The teacher's voice was matter of fact. You'll feel much worse over the next several days, whether you witness your attacker's end or not. Fortunately, the connection is not strong, or even close to complete. They took the tea bowl out of my unresisting hand. Translator Dla wishes you to watch so that the reality of your situation may be impressed upon you. Your only choices, as I have already told you, are match or die. But there is a certain conviction that can only be attained by witnessing the truth. What do you think? I think, said teacher, that you may possibly be glad to see the certain end of your attacker and know that they cannot harm you any further. I opened my eyes at that and frowned at teacher. But it isn't just them. It wasn't Sam. It was, but they were working for their Clade, and nothing is going to happen to the ones who planned it, who... I couldn't speak any further. Hush, child. Some of us have to take what we can get, where we find it. That said, Sam's death will be a cruel one. Their Clade members who set them on this path will almost certainly spare themselves the distress and inconvenience of watching the results of it. You, who owed Sam far, far less than nothing, truth be told, you have no responsibility here. You have no obligation to endure anything on their account. I have said so to Translator Dla in the strongest possible terms. Thank you, teacher. I thought for a few moments. Seeing others die had never troubled me before. Of course, I had never thought I would be one of them, but this death would be an example of what would be waiting for me if I didn't do what Translator Dla wished. Will it be so very terrible to see? Sam has been calling for you all day. Sometimes they blame you, sometimes they beg your forgiveness. You two are connected, however tenuously. Their desperate need for you won't stop until they're dead, and it will be a long death, a cruel one, as I said. I found I had no reply to this, No questions, no words in my mind at all. Sam did have choices, teacher said. Not good ones, no, but they might have chosen not to do what they did. Considering their abilities and other things there's no point in going into just now, they likely would have found their adulthood more difficult than they would otherwise have expected if they had refused. But they might have refused all the same, and they did not. I might have chosen differently, I pointed out. You chose to flee. That was your aim. You had no intention of harming anyone and would not have harmed anyone but yourself. Sam knew what they were doing when they attacked you. The two cases are not the same. No cases are the same, I said, suddenly exhausted. I don't care if Sam lives or dies, I just want. But I wasn't sure what I wanted. Certainly not to stand there while Sam screamed for me, nor to lie here drinking tea knowing they were screaming for me. If I go to watch, will translated lad dispose of them more quickly? Teacher pursed their lips, considering, I thought. I can put the matter before the translator and see what they say. I make no promises, though. This is not entirely about you. They shook their head then, and made an exasperated noise I'd never expected to hear from them. The translator refuses unequivocally. But that doesn't mean you have no choices here, no way to get what you want or something near it. What do you mean? You have only small and seemingly pointless choices available to you. But if there is anything I've been trying to teach you, it is that small actions can have larger consequences. If one has only small choices available, one must be patient and canny. I thought of a tiny black seed sprouting into a red, round, sharp-flavored radish. I will say this one thing more, said teacher. When you have decided what you want, remember that what one will not acknowledge is what one cannot properly control. I thought about that. I thought about that for a long time.